obvious thing to mention that, yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Can you actually...
Can you actually what?
Wait. Shh. Yep, I think that's this. Because if I push here... Okay, I think we're good then. I got the audio set up.
Do you still need the chat?
No, I think I'm gonna give up on trying to figure the fucking chat out for now.
Because it's pretty easy. Mention that. Yes, I do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, they can hear us talking. Because I set up the mic. But it's so much easier, I can actually... Because if I push here... Ooh, it's so abusive, too. I could just be like... Okay, I think we're good then. Bad mic. I got... No, I think... Yeah, so if you think you want to take a shot at the chat thing, let me just... Alright, guys, we are about to get started with this. This is my brand new streaming setup. I am in love with it. Okay, I am audible. But am I audible when I switch place to a different scene? I can't tell. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I personally could take it or leave it. Honestly, like, it's not the reason that I wanted the laptop. I liked the specs and I wanted something that could handle streaming, and my current laptop, my old laptop, was complete trash. But I'll admit, it does look nice. It kind of really does add to the streamer kind of vibe. But yeah, trying to make sure that if I switch to a different scene, like, it's not automatically gonna mute. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I personally could take it or leave it. But yeah. So if I went to a different... Hang on. I'm just last minute testing here, so... Oh no, you cannot hear me. You can't hear me on those other scenes. Shit. So I guess I'll have to fix that. Wait, wouldn't that actually make it easier for me to, like, not... That is so cool. Alright, so then... Yeah. Alright. Well, let's get started on this. I really like this new setup, I'm not gonna lie. So... Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to shut this off, though. That is going to create echo. Alright, let's see. Nope, go back. I want to see that Trump thing. Steve Bannon predicts Trump victory close to 100%. Let's see. Let's see what this is about. It's just music again. I hate these ones. I hate these ones because it's always like, you know, you gotta, like, you know, you can never actually just, like, listen to someone talk. It's always the actual, like, I don't know. Let me... Is my mic too loud? Let me try to... I feel like my mic might be a little loud there. Alright. So let's try this again, shall we? Alright, start over. Former President Donald Trump's chance of defeating Vice President Kamala Harris to win a second presidential term is close to 100% if Republicans are able to bring out their voters and stay focused. His former advisor, Steve Bannon, told Newsweek in an interview after leaving prison. Oh yeah, I forgot he was in prison. Let's see. Bannon was released from prison in Danbury, Connecticut last week after serving 4 months for contempt of Congress. The host of the War Room podcast spent much of his waking hours learning about his fellow inmates. Whatever that means. See, can I, like, I don't want so much of Bannon's backstory, you know, how he did in prison. I just want to know, like, let's see, his fellow, what was that first part? It was, I feel like, learning about his fellow inmates, come on. And devising strategies for Republican victories in the presidential and down-ballot races, he said. Okay. If we execute on the ground game on Tuesday to the degree that we should be able to, I feel close to 100% that we can get this, just given where this is breaking down. Like, that is so, how do you have to predict a 100%? Like, what grounds do you have to stand on? Like, where is the 100% there? It just sounds so dumb when you think about it. Like, even, like, I'm hoping that Kamala will win, and I feel like there's a good chance she might lose, but I'm not giving, but, like, at most, I feel like there's probably an odd of, like, maybe 50, like, it's a 50-50. It's not 100% to 0. Like, that's so stupid. He said the Republican win is all execution, but said an issue could come from losing donors. Did he say donors? I think he said donors. Focus. So I feel very good if we execute, but that's what our big problem is: complacency, confidence. People just losing focus. But it's like, you guys are such fucking, like, nerds. Like, every fucking election cycle, you're always out here, like, with you're never, like, your turnout is never at, your record low is plus or minus, like, two people. Like, plus or minus 2 people. That's your fucking record. It's always the same goddamn people every fucking election cycle. So it's like, I'm pretty sure focus is not anything they're worried about. I think this is more of a thing that the Democrats need to focus on. Like, actually turning out. Don't get complacent. Don't get comfortable. So, whether Trump wins or loses, Bannon added that losing the U.S. House would be a failure that would fall squarely on the shoulders of Speaker Mike Johnson. You cripple the Trump presidency at its second term at its inception if you don't hold the House. Well, I say then good. Make sure that the House is taken. Landslide, baby. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I don't think there's any doubt it's Johnson, and not just Johnson, but his leadership team. Well, we all know that the day of the reckoning is among us. That is tomorrow. USA Today. Let's hear what they have to say. It's a 4-minute read. Can't do fucking 4 minutes. I'll be right back. I want it to be over. Why can't it just be over? I know it's only every 4 years. But can it just be, like, one election cycle where once we win, we just, like, maintain power by, like... Oh, wait, this thing's still on? Hi. Anyway. Yes, the stakes are high, but our democracy will survive this election. So call me a dreamer, but I'm not too worried about the future of our democracy, regardless of whether Donald Trump or Kamala wins the election. How? I have no doubt there will be protests across the country no matter who is the victor, and that's concerning. Yet I also have faith that our system of government will survive. Is this the enlightened centrist take? It really is. Like, I feel like how much do you want to bet this guy is cis, white, and straight and Christian? Ingrid Jacques? That sounds almost French. Ingrid Jacques. God damn it, I can't. Where's my fucking mouse? Où est Ingrid Jacques? Let's see who this guy is, or girl, or whoever. Yep. Okay. So she ain't gonna feel jack shit. All right. We got this. We got it. We got it. Yeah. So yeah. She ain't gonna feel it. So she might feel the abortion thing, but in terms of like the racism thing, I don't know. I mean, French immigrant probably. You know, I don't see her having to worry about it. She's not from any of those other countries, and of course we all know what those other countries are. They're the brown ones, you know. So she's fine. She'll be all right. And of course the most important part, she ain't trans, so she's definitely not going to feel this election. Let's see. Yet I also have blah blah blah. That's not rhetoric we've heard from the candidates and their campaigns. However, both Trump and blah 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 threat to democracy, fear tactics as a way to turn out their supporters, as if the threat that Trump actually poses and the shit that he says that Kamala poses is in any way equal. Some days I can't fucking do this brain rot. All this has Americans on edge, with a lot of people honestly fearing for the future of our country. Well, yeah, because it's like we've already seen this movie and we don't like it. We've watched this movie before. No, we didn't watch it in 2016. We watched it in fucking 1938, 39. Like, we watched this whole fucking scene before. It was, let's just say it wasn't very good. It was a little scary, like maybe a little unnerving, one might say. Alright. So, the election is important, but keep things in perspective. Beyond the top contenders themselves are the issues that are driving voters this election. While the candidates like to opine about the perils of our democracy faces, many Americans are more concerned... Oh, thanks, Sweetness. Yes, 1933 to 1945. But yeah, I think the invasion of Poland was either 38 or 39. I just don't remember the exact year. Illegal immigration and crime. As Harris and Trump make their closing arguments, though, the focus of their campaigns has turned darker as they contemplate what could happen if they lose. Oh, yeah. And to make matters worse for me... Like, yes, I am trans, but it also turns out that my biological father was actually 1939. But yeah, my biological father was Polish. So looks like I have a stake in the next Hitler literally not being elected. You know, like it's not good, folks. It's not good. So, I'm part Polish. So another reason to fucking despise the guy. Anyway, last week Harris made her case to the American people from the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., the same spot where Trump spoke to his supporters on January 6, 2021. And even though she attempted to call for unity in the speech, her focus was still very much on calling out her opponent. Oh, Zinner29 just joined the game matriarchy. Thank you for joining. We're happy to have you. Let's see. Last week, Harris made her case. Oh, I think I just read this one. America, we know what Donald Trump has in mind. Harris told the crowd more chaos, more division, and policies that help those at the very top and hurt everyone else. I offer a different path, and I ask for your vote. And, yep, that's Harris. And so I'm assuming... Yeah, so the president does matter, no question, but our system of government is designed so that no branch can hold too much power. And what is the rebuttal to this piece right there? Because I tell you, it's a really big one. I'm pretty sure it's something along the lines of how well, I could be wrong, but haven't the Republicans been chipping away at it piece by piece? I mean, right now, like, the president has unchecked power, apparently, like, as long as it's within the realm of presidential, of official or whatever, So, in order to protect the country from fascism, Biden could literally shut down the election. Like, you could delay the certification by declaring, like, literal martial law, like military dictatorship rule. That'd be be better than I don't know. I don't think that'd really be based. That'd be horrifying, actually. Don't do that. Um, it also is expected that whoever wins the presidency will contend with a divided Congress. That should ease voters' fears, as a split government will work as an impediment to any president's to-do list. It's time for the Dramala, folks. That all starts tomorrow. But as long as you vote for the Kamala, then afterwards we can end the Dramala and the Traumala and sit back in our pajamalas. Alright. Oh yeah, he did a good job at that too. Yep, that's true. Yeah, like the Patriot Act, which basically is a legal forfeiture of Americans' rights to protection for. I think it was like the Fourth Amendment. Is that the one where it searches and seizures and shit? Yeah, I feel like whether or not, yeah, I feel like whether or not I'm gonna be drinking really depends. I have to make a very convincing case to my spouse, because I have to convince her that this election is painful enough, and that if and let's just at least buy a couple for, God forbid, Trump wins, like we can at least drink ourselves stupid. Let's see, that's not possible given the beauty of our Constitution. As Robert, like, that's not given the beauty of our Constitution. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Like, the president literally has fucking unchecked power now. Like, we elect a president, not a king. The Constitution is not threatened by an authoritarian. It was written in anticipation of one. Oh my god. Like, the Constitution only matters if everybody agrees to actually follow it. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. Like, if the government doesn't give a fuck about democracy, which, news flash, Republicans don't, then the Constitution really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I mean, case in point, they wanna make being trans a pornographic offense and indecent to be around kids or something. So that street that I ride down when I come home from work rather frequently, I take it because it's rather smooth. It's actually a very, very smooth path, and riding a scooter is very painful. In Trump's America, I would be arrested because there happens to be a school on that street. Let's see. As Robert Pondiscio, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, widely observed recently, we elect a... Oh, I just read that. I'm always rereading shit, guys. I'm always rereading shit. It's terrible. It's terrible. Vote for me. That being said, I believe there are real concerns about confronting the country, including the loss of faith in our most basic rights. For instance, a new survey from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression found that Americans' understanding of and appreciation for the First Amendment is waning. Well, yeah, because, just a guy, yeah, I remember, I vaguely remember that, too. Like, just for fun, let me remember. Okay, so we left off here. Like, we'll pick up there. Like, I remember that. Let me see if I can find it. The Constitution. What, is just a piece of paper. Bush. Those do sound good. Oh, wait, I think 18 years. God damn, YouTube is 18 fucking years. Wait, what year? Holy shit. Don't you dare tell me I'm fucking old. Fun fact, guys, I'm a really, really young millennial, like, when it comes to the actual age. Did my camera shut off? I heard it just shudder just now. No, okay. And how much battery is left? Completely forget how to... Do you hit the set button? No? See, I can never find out, like... I never know how to check the battery on that thing. But anyway. So, yeah. Fun fact, though, I am literally older than Google. When I say young millennial, I mean I am, you know, literally, like, 1994... I think, is 3, was it 3 years? I think it's 3 years before millennial turns into a different generation. But yeah, like, and then Google was 1998. So I'm literally, yeah. So I was literally, I'm literally older than Google. I have more wisdom than Google, guys. Not necessarily as much knowledge, but still. That is exactly what someone who is older than Google would say. I feel your pain. It doesn't feel that old. My nieces would definitely be like, "Wow, Google's been around forever." Yeah, feels like it to you. I was literally a kid. I was literally getting my hands on my first Nintendo 64 when Google came out. Like, I was like 4 years old.
Mr. Bush still nominated for his new CIA chief, a man almost guaranteed to draw a confirmation fight. General Michael Hayden, creator of the domestic eavesdropping program. Mr. Bush says General Hayden is perfect for the CIA, and perhaps he was chosen for elevation despite or because of a characteristic that is normally seen as a liability, his arguable willingness to thumb his nose at constitutional law.
Yeah.
Subject Jonathan Turley will join us presently. Mr. Turley likens the Bush team, in fact, to the Sopranos in his piece, Get Criminal and Get Made. He cites other administration officials whose criminal acts were
See, I want the actual quote. Where's the damn quote? Play the video. Play the... Come on, play... Damn it. Fuck it! Do it live! Fucking thing sucks. Am I really that quiet? Yeah, I'm trying to find the actual, like, I just went fast forwarding through that whole thing and not getting the actual quote. It's so, I'm trying to... Wait, was it Obama that said that? Wait, just a piece of parchment. Oh, that's because I...
Is a remarkable, beautiful gift. But it's really just a piece of parchment. It has no power on its own. We, the people, give it power.
Oh.
We, the people, give it meaning with our participation and with the choices that we make.
Oh, okay. Alright, so it's basically an out-of-context quote by Obama where it's basically like, without people who to actually believe in it. It probably sounds a little quiet just because I've been speeding it up just to avoid like possible copyright issues. So I could probably, unless, wait, maybe I can turn it up now that my mic is better.
The alliances that we forge.
Is that better?
Stand up for our freedoms, whether or not we respect and enforce the rule of law. That's up to us.
Why don't you wake up and smell what you're shoveling?
Oh. Let's see. George W. Bush. I think that's the one we just tried to watch. What's frustrating is I know exactly what you're talking about, but I can't find the actual. I can't find it. Maybe if I go to Google, it'll show up. So, he has never denied it. The report that Bush screamed those words at Republican congressional leaders in November, to put it charitably. Huh. Oh. Wow. Maybe, I don't know. But I would believe it. It does sound like something he would say. He does not... Like, for example, the the shit... Like, the Patriot Act is just a clear example of how it's proof that... he doesn't even have to fucking say it. Even if it isn't true that he never said that, it doesn't fucking matter. You don't have to say it, dude. Your record speaks for itself. Yeah, so. But yeah, 80% agree in some fashion that words can be violence. That's not true. Well, actually, I guess it depends on the context. Like, if you just call someone an idiot, well, that's not really being violent. But if you refer to someone as like a derogatory slur, something with centuries, and even in some cases millennias of oppression attached to it, like, yeah, I would not cry if you know, like, I don't know, I can't finish that thought because TOS. Equating words with violence trivializes actual harm, bullshit, shuts down conversations, and even encourages real violence by justifying the use of force against offensive speech. So maybe the problem isn't babying the people who are being intentionally disrespectful and instead telling them to fuck off with their opinions. Yeah, exactly. Or the F slur or the T slur. Just like, you know, like, if there is a danger, it would come from ourselves. What the fuck are you talking about? If there is a danger facing the country, it will not come from one president, but it could come from ourselves? That's so fucking dumb. Like, no, like, literally the president has unchecked power. If Kamala, like, you know, if Kamala gets elected, she can deport all the fascists. And if Trump gets elected, he's just gonna deport people who don't need to be fucking deported. So, like, I think it's kind of just, like, you know, like, consequential at this point. Like, if one person has to die in order to save 100 million people, like, you know, what do you... It's not that... I don't know. Let's see, what else are we looking at? But it might not be close. Okay, so Washington Post, very right-wing. It feels like a truism at this point that the election will be close. The last two presidential elections were effectively decided by 78,000 and 44,000 votes respectively. This year's polls also point to a really close race. According to the Washington Post polling average, every single swing state is within a typically sized polling error. That means we should be prepared for each of those states to go in a direction opposite of what polls show now. But the close polls don't tell this whole story. Oh my god, I got a fucking headache, and it's probably because of this light. I need a better lighting setup. Oh my god. Shit. Anyway, But the close polls don't tell the whole story. It's not unlikely that if we see a polling error of a typical size, one candidate, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, could run away with the election. Recent polling errors tend to go in one direction or favor one candidate. So with a race within a normal-sized polling error in all the swing states, it's personally possible that once votes are counted, what looked like a close election won't actually be one. That is, all the swing states move together in support of Harris or Trump. Polling errors can happen for a variety of reasons. Sometimes specific subgroups are underestimated because they are harder to reach, or supporters of one candidate are less likely to answer the phone. Sometimes choices that make pollsters might accidentally cause polls to lean one way or another. So basically, it's just saying the same thing we all fucking know, and that is just like, we don't know. There's no way to know. It's too fucking soon. There's no way to fucking know what we're doing. Like, the country, like, it's possible Trump could win all 50 states. It's possible Kamala could win all 50 states. It's just, but it's like, at the end of the day, nobody fucking knows. And so people, like, I get very skeptical because maybe it's just my personal trauma. Like, I've always grown up, like, hoping or getting my hopes up for something only to be disappointed and let down in the end, you know, for things other than elections. And so now here I am, like, refusing to let myself get my hopes up over something so life and death. Okay. So let's see. North Carolina, Trump is up by less than 1 point. No shift. Pennsylvania is up by less than 1 point in Harris's direction. But Trump moved 0.6 points. Nevada, Harris is up by 1 point, which is a total of 0.07 shift from last week. Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, 2 and 2 for Harris. It's like, yeah, it's they're so unreliable. Like, they're only, as far as I'm concerned, polls are copium. That's all they really are. They're just fucking copium. You never know what the polls are actually going to say, because sometimes the polls will say one thing and then the election will say something else entirely. It's so clownish, actually. I never rely too heavily on polling. Let's see. Polls of a feather flock together. The reason it's not unlikely that swing states will move in unison is that the polling errors often end up being correlated. That means if the polls are off... What the fuck just fell onto my laptop? Oh, did I really just deadass spit that far? Ew. That's gross. But anyway, oh my eyes. Okay, yeah, so let's see. In 2016, Trump was underestimated in all swing states except Nevada. One of the main causes for that was that the pollsters, especially in state polls, did not weigh their raw results using education, which had become a new dividing line in American politics. If a 2016-style polling error were to happen this year, Trump would sweep 6 out of the 7 most critical states. The only, like, so wait, that's where they went wrong? Was education? They never thought of ever, like, pursuing whether or not there's any difference in... So the reason we don't know whether or not America is divided based on education, we don't fucking know this because we haven't been looking at it. We haven't been looking at that. Like, I don't think it's a new dividing line. That's delusional. I'm pretty sure, like, you know, educated Americans were against segregation, and dumbass hick redneck fuckwits who listen to fucking I don't know, like like baby lock the door and turn the lights down low, that shit, you know, like I'm pretty sure they were pro segregation, you know, high school dropouts with no job and 7 kids. Trump would, and I'm sure some of them fuck their cousins too. Trump would sweep 6 out of, okay, are we getting a little too stereotypical? Sorry, Alabamans. Trump would sweep 6 out of the 7 most critical states. The only state of the 7 swing states that Harris would win in that scenario would be Nevada, the smallest of the bunch. Nevada saw an error in the opposite direction 8 years ago. Huh. So basically, our 2024 polling average with 2016's polling error, it would have looked like it would have gone to Trump. Huh. If we applied the 2020 polling error to this year's polls, Trump would win all 7 most critical states. He would even win Georgia, which, similar to Nevada in 2016, had a small polling error in the opposite direction in 2020. The fact that the cause of the 2020 polling error remains somewhat unclear is one of the reasons that we should be wary of a similar error this cycle. Our 2024 polling average with 2024's polling error. So we'd be fucking cooked if we had 2020's polling error. So, yeah, it's not looking good, guys. But these kinds of polling errors don't always favor Republicans. Let's look at 2012. Okay, is it good? So let's see. Alright, so if a 2012 style polling error were to happen this year, Harris would win 6 of the 7 swing states. Even North Carolina, which is tied below, would be on her side of 0. Arizona would be the single outlier, which in 2012 reflected a polling error that helped Republicans. The polls in Pennsylvania were basically spot on, meaning there was no polling error in that state in 2012. But since Harris has a very small edge in Pennsylvania at the moment, a 2012 polling error would leave it in her column in 2024. So wait, what are we... So I'm assuming this is like the original position, and then the arrow indicates which way that rolls. So that's probably how these are. So then so Pennsylvania, no difference. North Carolina, it would correct to about a tie. Nevada, Wisconsin, and Georgia and Michigan would either correct from pro-Trump in the case of Georgia, or, you know, slightly above Trump in the case of these 2 massive fucking landslides. So that's pretty cool. If only real life was like 2012. Can we go back to 2012, please? Like literally. Like I remember the world ended in 2012. Did we die? Are we in purgatory? Is this hell? Before the election, we obviously can't know which direction a potential polling error might go. If we did, we could just discount the current polls in that direction and we would know who wins. Polling errors are tricky to dissect. Pollsters try to take into account how the electorate might look, and they might be wrong. Specific groups of people, like people without college degrees, might be less likely to answer a poll, and so it might be underestimated, or people might not tell pollsters the truth. But it's important to keep in mind that we should always expect polls to be off by a little bit because of the inherent uncertainty of asking a few hundred people what their opinion is. And when elections are really close, that uncertainty can cause the results to change dramatically. So yeah, polling errors. Polling errors, guys. We got to be afraid of the polling errors. Because where are we at? Kamala versus Trump. God, I don't want to find out. Oh, wait. I don't think there's really been any updates. I don't think there's going to be any more until... I'm so tired. Hey, don't you give me this shit about having to do it. Get out. Get out of here. I'm trying to steal. I already spent enough money on this shit. When is this one? 11 hours ago. Yeah, see? 48% to 47%. And with big swings like this in the swing states, like, god damn, what if we ended up with so hang on a minute. So what if we ended up with a polling error in which everything just shifted into, like, what if we had a polling error similar to 2016? Like that'd be terrifying. I wouldn't want that. I don't think anybody would want that. That's like a bloodbath right there. It's literally red. It's literally the blood of all the minorities, like racial, gender, sexual minorities, everybody. Like, it's the blood of everybody who's not a land-owning fucking Christian white man. That's what that red stands for, and it's why they fucking love it so much. Alright, well, I am really loving this setup. I am not gonna fucking lie. I love my camera. I love my mic. I am very proud of this. All in all, I think this is a, well, I'd say this TV is now worth like $2. I've had it for over 10 years. Yeah, I've had this TV for 10 fucking years. Can you believe it? And the laptop is $700, or well, $700 or $800. I think it was like $700. Let's see, $375, 7 plus, so that's $1075. So $1,100 investment into this show. That is crazy. That just shows how much I actually just really wanna fucking yeah, me too. I figured it was better to do it this way, because it's like, I do like supporting content creators, but it's like, if I give my money out to them, then then I could potentially have also set up my own stream to try to reach people as well, and therefore try to increase the amount of, like, voices on the left, and it's like. And so it's like, now I'm actually being a little bit more productive with it, and I actually am very proud of it. I'm gonna make good use of it. This is actually, and I also made rewritten some of my old songs that I wrote when I was literally a lonely, bullied teenager. I was like 12 when I wrote one of the first ones. But anyway, I'm gonna go take a small break. I'm gonna try to wake myself up. I haven't had coffee in a hot minute, and I'll be back with a little bit more. So let's see. Do I really not have to? All right, we are back, everybody. What's up? I'm your host, the abdicated matriarch. I am no longer the queen matriarch. I have been deported to Coconut Island a couple of streams ago, and I have never reclaimed my title. But I will fight for it. I will fight on behalf of you. And in order to do that, I am going to go and be humble. Guys, I am a dumb fuck. I graduated high school, but that's about it. I don't have a college degree. I never went to college. I think I, like, briefly tried to, but then, like, dropped out because, like, I couldn't attend the classes, so... I don't know. I never really attended any classes. Dropped out, like, a month or so in. Maybe, I don't know, so maybe that qualifies me as a college dropout. I don't know. Never really, attended anything, so... I don't know, but I'm about to fix that. I'm going back to college. In fact, I am mandating it. We are going to attend Prager University. Are you ready, folks? Are you ready to become just a little bit smarter? Let's see if voter fraud is fucking real.
While the major media fixates on the
Let me move my
influence of
camera.
foreign powers on American elections, a much more serious attack has been taking place right under our noses. Good old-fashioned, homegrown voter fraud. Let's look at 3 of the...
Yeah, and a big example, of course, being, like, you know, like, burning down the ballot boxes over in Vancouver, Oregon, I think. I think they said Vancouver, Oregon, but I also know Vancouver is part of Canada. Or, yeah, Washington, not Oregon, sorry. Vancouver, Washington. I knew Vancouver, Oregon didn't sound right. Is a city in the United States, on the north bank of the Columbia River near the border with Oregon. Oh, so it's not even, we're not talking about in Canada. Like, we're not talking about, like, right there. Like, up there with, near the Canadian border, then. Okay. Yeah. But either way, it was a, there was a ballot box there that was destroyed, and then there was a ballot box somewhere else that was destroyed. So, yeah, I would agree. There is a little bit of voter fraud. It's kind of quite terrifying. I'll agree.
worst
We're
cases.
learning something, guys. We're smarter than we were 16 seconds ago.
Example number 1, bloated voter rolls. In 244 counties across the United States, there are more registered voters than there are people legally eligible to vote. 29 states have counties with more registered voters than legal residents, and 8 states have more registered voters than actual voting age people. When the Supreme Court upheld
Scary. I wonder how that could be. Because people don't die, obviously.
Ohio's efforts to clean up its own voter rolls in 2018, the majority opinion cited Pew Center statistics. 24 million voter registrations in the United States are either invalid or significantly inaccurate. And nearly 3 million people are believed to be registered to vote in more than one state. These numbers have a shocking implication. It's very easy to exploit a
It's the
voting
conservatives.
system. During an undercover investigation, New York City detectives made 63 attempts to cast illegal ballots based on flawed voter rolls. They were successful 61 times.
See,
Some
I want to
investigations
see
in other
their
cities and others-
citations. Like, if you're not going to give citations, then why are you, like, where, do you have citations in here? Like, okay, what is this claim? What is this claim? Where is this?
61 detectives made 60. It's very easy to exploit our voting system. During an undercover investigation, New York City detectives made 63 attempts to cast illegal ballots based on flawed voter rolls. They were successful 61 times. Similar.
Let's see. Let me see if I can. Let's see if we can look that up, shall we? What is a good thing to look up? New York City undercover voting fraud, I guess? I don't know. We'll say fraud. Fraudulent absentee. Like, see, I'm not finding anything about... Oh, I think it's this one. New York City's Department of Investigation has just shown how easy it is to commit voter fraud, that it is almost undetectable. Its undercover agents were able to obtain ballots for city elections a total of 61 times, 39 times using the names of dead people. Ah, so that's so you're using dead people there? Okay. I knew dead people still had a voice. Based. Good job. As long as they vote Democrat, we're good. 14 times using the names of incarcerated felons, and 8 times using the names of non-residents. On only 2 occasions, or about 3% of the time, were the agents stopped by polling place officials. In one of the 2 cases, an investigator was stopped only because the felon he was trying to vote in the name of was the son of an election official he was dealing with. So, ballot security and checking birth dates or signatures was so sloppy that young undercover agents were able to vote using the name of someone 3 times their age who had died. so it's like, it's as the New York Post reports. So here we go. New York Post, a very very sketchy outlet indeed. The dead can vote. Good. Good. Nana, please vote Democrat. The election's tomorrow. Let's see. Investigators posing as dead voters were allowed to cast ballots for this year's primary and general elections thanks to antiquated Board of Election registration records and lax oversight by poll workers, authorities said. The election board's susceptibility to voter fraud by people impersonating the departed was uncovered during a massive probe of the agency by the Department of Investigation. So this must have been what PragerU, because I see the numbers now. The probe uncovered 63 incidents when voters' names should have been stricken from the rolls but weren't, even though some of them had died years before. The majority of those 63 individuals remained on the rolls nearly 2 years, and some as long as 4 years, since a death, felony conviction, or move outside of New York City. So why are you even, like, but at the end of the day, who is even counting these? Who is even, like, to my knowledge, like, people are, as soon as, like, a ballot is caught, or is casted, like, if it's a fraudulent ballot, like, they're pretty much on that shit. Like, if I went to a different city and I tried to cast another ballot, like, it would not work. Where did I leave off? The majority, undercover DOI agents were able to access voting booths and it was easy to scam the system because poll workers did not closely check birth dates or signatures of the ineligible voters. In all cases, probers voted for a fictitious John Test instead of a real candidate. So what is the solution here? So, like, what exactly are you are you gonna act on these issues in good faith? Is it gonna be about trying to actually close these loopholes, or is it going to be about trying to cynically invoke these problems in order to push in order to push Orange Man back into the White House so he can destroy this country? Because like, that's I'm not sure I'm going to give a fuck about what you say. Like, you could point out a problem all day long, but if at the end of the day your solution is, well, the Jews, well, then I'm not interested in what the fuck you have to say. So, Board of Elections lawyer Stephen Richmond said the agency is sometimes unaware that a voter has died because it never received notification. The invitation is only as good as the information. Basically, even with the Hitler speech that we listened to that one time. Oh, just joined. Oh, thank you for following. Welcome to the show. Like, basically the Hitler speech that we reviewed, it showed that he said a lot of, like, populist shit, a lot of shit about, like, you know, oh, the jobs and stuff, Germany's in decline, it's a nation in decline. And it's like, okay, you can you can scream that from the rooftops at the, you know, as loud as you want to, but if your solution is, oh, let's deport the Jews, then I don't give two shits and a fuck about how, you know, about the problem that you're trying to point out, at least not when it's being pointed out from you. I don't give a fuck. You're a madman. You're cynically invoking the problem. You're weaponizing the issue for your own personal benefit. I don't give a fuck. So okay, even if there is this problem with the voting ballots, what's your solution? Is it to deport the minorities? Because it seems like that's your solution. We want to deport 20 million illegals. It's like okay, then I don't give a fuck. If you're gonna point this shit out, that you're not acting in good faith. Such a fucking joke. Let's see what else they have to listen to. Or what else
Our
they have
investigations in
to
other
say.
cities and other states produce the same dismal results. But phony voters on the rolls is just one threat to election integrity. Here's example number 2, ballot harvesting. In 2016, the state of California, one of the states with more registered voters than citizens, became the first state to legalize the practice of ballot solicitation. That is, the collection and delivery of ballots by third parties, with no trace of irony.
Oh, so this is what they're complaining about. The collection of, so I literally have a broken arm. Shit, I do have, I'm explicitly in, oh yep, I have multi-stream chat open now. But yeah, so basically the collection, I keep forgetting that. Why does it always default to YouTube chat when I have 2 different chats I'm trying to, anyway. But yeah, the collection and delivery of ballots by third parties. So basically, I have a broken arm right here. I fucked up riding home from work. Yes, because I'm a working gal, and God forbid, let's say I broke my back. Am I no longer an eligible voter, so I no longer can deliver my ballot? Like, is that what you're trying to do? So, like, I can't just give my ballot to my mother and she can deliver it on my behalf? Like, are you fucking crazy? So what? Am I just gonna be... Would I have just been disenfranchised? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're fucking psychotic. This is what I'm talking about. You can bring up the problem, the decline of the nation all you want, but if at the end of the day it is, well, I'm gonna open up concentration camps and kill everybody I don't like, well, then fuck you. I don't give a fuck about what you have to say.
Irony. This is called ballot harvesting. It works like this. In California, organizations with a clear political agenda are legally permitted to go to a location, say a nursing home or a church, and collect, literally harvest, ballots. The third party then transports these ballots to a polling place or an election office. This raises an obvious question. Once this third party collects the ballots, what's to stop them from changing them? Or from just throwing out the ones they don't like? A guilty conscience? How do we know ballot harvesters from Democratic organizations aren't destroying Republican ballots? Or Republican harvesters aren't destroying Democratic ballots? We don't. We have no way of knowing. Let's look at one specific example. On election night in 2018, California's Central Valley Republican Congressman David Valadao held a 5,000 vote lead over his challenger, Democrat TJ Cox. The margin was wide enough that the networks even called a race for Valadao, the Republican incumbent. But wait, there were late ballots still to be delivered by the third-party vote harvesters. When those votes...
Yeah, so I still fail to see a problem here. Like, okay, there's third-party people coming to drop off things for, like, their families.
came in, they broke so overwhelmingly for Cox, in a historically conservative district no less, that Valadao's 5,000 vote victory became an 862 vote loss. Maybe that was just a coincidence.
Okay. That just sounds like the result of casting ballots in different means, in different ways. Like, you can't just get rid of one way altogether just because you don't like how it turns out for you. Like, you know, I want, like, although maybe I can empathize a little bit. I want to get rid of the Electoral College because it you know, the past two times a president won the Electoral College against the population, it was literally a Republican. Oh yeah, we did look over the polls. Yeah, he is up, unfortunately.
Or maybe not. In the first major election after ballot harvesting was allowed in California, Democrats won every single congressional seat in Orange County, which had been a Republican stronghold for decades. A year earlier, no sober person would have thought that possible. Voter corruption example number 3, voting by non-citizens. Should you have to be a citizen to vote? Silly question, right? It was once, not anymore. According to a recent poll...
Yeah,
more than
because
half
you
of
guys are
Democrats,
making it a
53%.
question. How many undocumented undocumented migrants voted in 2020. All right. USA Today fact check claimed that voting non-citizens affected 25 is unverified. Like and it's yeah, non-citizens, like that could be like literally someone like enough to deliver a win for president. Okay. So the website is an extension of conservative leading research institute Just Facts. The estimates account for just one type of election fraud, and they tend to understate it because they depend on census surveys. Yeah, almost 250,000 it says here. And they tend to understate it because they depend on, which are known to undercount non-citizens. The claim is similar to one put forward by the Trump campaign after the 2016 election. God damn, such a headache. Trump lost the popular vote, the campaign said, because non-citizens accounted for more than 800,000 votes for then Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton. Snopes debunked this claim in 2024. 800,000 votes. They took 800,000 votes after they finished eating the cats and the dogs and the pets of the people who live there. Whom does the census count? So, Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution mandates a count of every resident in the United States, regardless of citizenship, every 10 years to determine apportionment or the number of congressional seats per state, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. Yeah, just a little bit. I don't want to, but I have a nest egg to be able to get myself out of here if it gets too bad. Not to mention my arm, like I meet with my, I meet with ortho tomorrow, so I'll be able to see how my arm's doing, whether or not I'll be able to return to work in December, so I'll be able to replenish a lot of the money I spent lately. So I'm sure I'll be somewhat okay in terms of safety, but I don't know. We'll just have to see. If I can get to a point where I can just buy myself a car, then well, honestly, I think I would go to Quebec. I'm getting pretty good at French. Like I literally did a little yeah, unfortunately, it does look likely. But like in the app Duolingo, I actually literally went in there and I didn't want to start from the beginning, so I did the whole jump here thing where you did like a little test and it allowed you to skip a level. So I did that, and I'm apparently level 2 French, so yay me. I mean, I'm literally active. I mean, well, not active, but I literally was able to read enough French to actually sign up to my first all French LGBT server. Yeah, that's why we need to fight. Like, even if Trump leaves, and even if people do leave, you should still fight. Like, always fight. Like, if you must leave for your, if you can and have to leave for your safety, then don't forget about the people who have to but can't. Basically, that's my, like, if I end up leaving the United States, I'm definitely not going to stop this stream. I'm going to keep going. Cause I one of the reasons why I gave up on, like, I was gonna stop watching politics altogether was because I saw the direction was going, and was completely horrified and just wanted to just forget it all, was happening. And then the election came and reality just right back on. One thing that would cause me to leave, for example, a nationwide ban on gender-affirming care. I'm not putting my life on hold because a bunch of fascists decided that I'm not allowed the right to exist. Let's see, where was I? Let's see. A 2012 report found that 1.15% of Hispanic population was undercounted in the 2020 census, along with 2.1% of the black population and 4.9% of the American population, of the American Indian and Alaskan Native population living on reservations. Racial minorities have been undercounted during 2020 census. Oh, my eyes. Oh, I haven't had caffeine in, like, well, that's not true. I've had small amounts of caffeine, but I haven't been so, like, heavy on the caffeine usage that, like, not having it would give me such a major headache. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, a 2012... Alright, where were we? Racial minorities may have been undercounted during 2020 census collection because of the Supreme Court's ruling in favor of the Trump administration's decision to end collection a month early. According to Reuters, demographics expert also blamed a likely drop in census participation among undocumented immigrants on the administration's bid to add a question about citizenship to the survey, per Reuters. Though the Trump administration had sought to include a citizenship question, the Supreme Court eventually ruled against it, I guess. So, that's cool. So, registration for voting in federal elections is reserved for U.S. citizens. The right to vote The right to vote in local, municipal, or town elections has been extended to non-citizens in 11 states. Whether voting by mail or in person, registrants voting in a federal election supply evidence of their residence, a signature, or another form of verification when submitting a ballot, according to Robert Brandon, founder of the Fair Election Center. So basically, you have to supply evidence that you basically live, somewhere, or else you can't register to vote. That's basically whether voting by mail or in person. Registrants voting, in federal election, yeah, so basically supply evidence of your residence or you can't vote. That's basically what's going on here. So this idea that undocumented, like, it's just fear-mongering. It's literally just fear-mongering. You see, we came to this Prager University video to try to get smarter. I feel like I'm getting dumber.
Support granting illegal immigrants the right to vote. Forget the legal ones. Democratic National Chair Tom Perez, before working for the Obama...
Who believes that? Come on. I need a closer frickin' keyboard. Percentage of American Democrats. Percentage of American Democrats who... World Health Organization, what the fuck? Get out of caps lock. Who support voting rights for undocumented immigrants. So, like, where are they getting their fucking... Where are they getting their data from?
Administration worked for a group called CASA de Maryland, which has been a long-time advocate for expanding non-citizen voting rights. Yes, it's true that federal law prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections, but 11 states, all run by Democrats, currently allow non-citizen voting of some kind. Cities such as Chicago and San Francisco, for example, allow non-citizens to vote in certain citywide elections. Why? Because for progressives, democracy is destiny, and many see illegal immigrants as future voters. So there you have it. 3 different ways to tamper with the vote.
Big fucking deal.
Ballot harvest.
Big fucking deal. In order for me to actually give a fuck about this, you actually have to make me care about the idea of national sovereignty. Like, the idea that borders should be a fucking thing. And that just because some arbitrary figure elected to power decided that this line here is where you stop, that all of a sudden, like you can't step another foot in this particular direction. Like, no, you're fucking, like, no. In order to get me to fucking care about this, you first have to get me to actually give a fuck about the concept of national sovereignty. about the concept of borders, of nations, of countries. Like, no, I don't believe that just because you're born in one place that you shouldn't have access to resources in another place. You're fucking stupid. Like, no. So there you have it, folks. We just went to watch a PragerU video, and we just got incredibly stupider. I don't think Prager University is the best place for us to actually educate ourselves. Come to think of it, I'm gonna leave a negative review. Do they actually have a location? Prager University. I'm gonna leave a negative review on Yelp. Let's go to Yelp. Prager Brothers Artisan Breads. PragerU. No. I want to leave a negative review. I was gonna say something along the lines of, this university did not make me smarter. One video made me way dumber than I've ever been. I've never felt so stupid after watching one video. Yes, we need a unified world socialist republic. That is definitely true. Actually, I would go even so far as to say, if we could, if ever there was a chance to abolish the concept of countries and nations, like that's when you could actually have communism. Because, like, you can abolish, like, for example, you can abolish currency in your own state, but if every other country wants money and you don't have any money to provide, like, you know, it can be pretty difficult to, you know, make deals with other countries without their desired money. So it's like in order for communism to fully work, we gotta get there first. You know, if everybody just agrees to just, it's such a dream, but you know, where we're at today probably was a dream thousands of years ago. We can get there. It's been done. We used to be run by kings and monarchs that would burn you at the stake if you were a fucking witch. And nowadays, like, we have like rainbow flags every street corner, and it's like, it's amazing. It's amazing. So we think we can never, you know, achieve a classless, stateless, currency-free society, but it can happen, guys. It can happen. Eventually people will wake up and realize that the fucking government is cancer and only seeks to kill everybody that it, you know, like, eventually. Man, I am starting to sound like an anarchist. I keep tiptoeing around that label. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, I don't want to like double down on the anarchist label. I just really hate government, guys. I just really hate the entitlement of government. Let's see. What? No, that's not a thing. Let's see. What is I'm bored. I want to. Let's see. Who else can we watch? Anything interesting from... God, so many I need to go through my subscription list. I need to clean this shit out. Oh, Hakeem, my boy. Please tell me you didn't put in any tanky shit. Please, no tanky stuff. Oh, oh dear. The man who quote... No. No. Okay. Okay. Hakeem, my boy. I ran into you after running into Second Thought. I respected you, and here you are basically being like, the man who brought out the Soviet Union was a terrible human being. Yeah, because the man who literally killed Hitler 2.0 was... Like, I'm sorry, but Hitler was based for killing fucking Hitler, okay? Whoever takes down the USSR is double fucking based, because it's probably not the USSR doing it. Yep, it's time for tanky time. I need my fucking coffee for this shit. Oh.
Hi there. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, for the uninitiated, was possibly the best-known anti-communist name at some point, till the West quietly discarded him. A guy known for some kooky beliefs, near entirely fabricated stories passed off as historical fact, and a deeply xenophobic nationalism that made him the talk of the town for the enlightened liberal West. This isn't the tale of a hero. He's a monument to the West's desperation to promote anyone willing to oppose the USSR, no matter how...
Okay, but wasn't basically everyone nationalist at the time? Like, even the communists at the time, too? Like, USSR communists? Like, I'm pretty sure that they were all into the idea of the Russian Republic, you know, like the Russian Federation or whatever. Like, you know, and...
stranger unsavory. So, who is he, and why was this guy first arrested? Class background is, of course, important. Born in 1918 to a family of rich landowners whose property was expropriated during the Russian Revolution, he lived a mostly uneventful life until World War II, where he was quite the unpleasant figure, mostly to Jewish people, according to even his own admirers. But in February 1945, during a war for the existence of the USSR, he criticized the war leadership and mused on overthrowing the Soviet government. To quote an incredibly sympathetic source to him, Solzhenitsyn and another officer, after days of discussion, astonishingly drew up a program for change entitled Resolution Number 1. They argued that the Soviet regime stifled economic development, literature, culture, and everyday life. A new organization was needed to fight to put things right.
So, wait a minute. I want to look this guy up. So, what is this guy? Because if he's not a Nazi, then he's probably based. Like, I'll only call him based if he's not a fucking Nazi. I want to do my homework first. I want to call him based, but I don't want to, let's see. What was his name? Damn it. No, that's not a name. That's not a name. What about over here? Ah, there we go. Alexander. So, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. See. Oh, here we are. And just think, you know, like, the USSR is no more, and has Russia changed? Probably not. They are still very barbaric. In fact, one might say the current leader might be a few cards short of a deck, we'll just say. So... doesn't say anything about him being a part of the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. Well, it wouldn't be the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei because he would be Russian, so it would be whatever their equivalent would be. Because it was, yeah. So... he was born into a family that defied the Soviet anti-religious campaign in the 1920s and remained devout members of the Russian Orthodox Church. However, he initially lost his faith in Christianity and became an atheist and embraced Marxism and Leninism, while serving as a captain in the Red Army during World War II. Solzhenitsyn was arrested by Smersh and sentenced to 8 years in the Gulag and then internal exile for criticizing Soviet leader Joseph Stalin in a private letter. You know, because, God forbid, you know, the Soviet, like Joseph Stalin, you know, he almost sounds like a little bitch boy. It's almost like apple don't fall too far from the tree, like maybe Vladimir Putin gets it from him. Like father, like son, even though I don't think they're related. They could be, you never know. They act a lot alike.
At some point, still the West quietly discarded him.
Oh, fast forward back to where we were.
During pathetic source to him, so the Soviet regime stifled economic development, literature, culture, and everyday life. A new organization was needed to fight to put things right. Some sources even state that he directly acted on it, but I can't get my hands on any of the letters he wrote, so I can't say that much exactly. He did, however, state, and I quote,
"The Russian
"The German
Liberation
army
Army was the Russian Nazi faction in World War II." Can I copy paste? I'm too lazy to type it. It's a pain in the ass to type with one arm. Copy that. The Russian Liberation Army, also known as the Vlasov Army, was a collaborationist formation primarily composed of Russians that fought under German command during World War II. Ah, so the Nazis. Got it. Got it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the German Reich of Nazi Germany, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under Hitler, indivisible, with liberty and no justice for Russians anywhere. Since January 1945, the army was led by Andrei Vlasov, a Red Army general who had defected, and members of the army are often referred to as Vlasovsky in... Yeah, agreed, liberation my ass. In 1944, it became known as the Armed Forces of the Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia. And of course, by the peoples of Russia, they mean, of course, not the Jews. So we know this. I don't think I need to point that out there. Vlasov agreed to collaborate with Nazi Germany after having been captured on the Eastern Front. The soldiers of the ROA command were mostly former Soviet prisoners of war, but also included some white Russian émigrés. Oh, no, that's probably a... From, right? Yeah. I don't know. It almost sounds like a French word, but anyway. Some of whom were veterans of the anti-communist White Army from the Russia Civil War. The political platform of the ROA was formulated mainly by Vlasov and his associates, who were products of the Soviet society. So the declared principles were anti-capitalism. So that's based. Hate capitalism. Love it. Right of the nations to self-determination, devotion to the ideals of the Russian Revolution of 1917, while they tried to avoid Nazi anti-Semitism and chauvinism and form a political movement independent of Nazi control. So, wait a minute. Vlasov agreed to collaborate with, after being... So, hang on a minute. Where were we? Political reform of the ROA. Right. Roskaya Osvobotilnaya Armia. Although it's probably pronounced way different. I'm going based off of English pronunciations of certain words. But anyway, so it looks like was formulated who were products of so basically they fought. So wait. The ROA existed only in Nazi propaganda until November 1944, while the served directly under German command and were not formalized as separate units, while the images of Vlasov were... So I'm assuming they tried to form like an alliance with Germany, and this is who Hitler was referring to as the Bolsheviks, the cultural Bolsheviks. We must do things that are not killing... You know, we'll talk about that behind closed doors, but not out here. Not out here where there are millions of us, or thousands of us even, listening to me speak. I don't want to out myself as a genocidal maniac. Vote for me, and then I'll destroy Weimar Germany and turn it into the German Reich.
The Soviet Union from communism, but Hitler was too stupid.
And then you'll never vote again.
Question being counter-revolutionary.
And we will kill. We will have
Solzhenitsyn treated the failure
a clean society, the likes of which never been seen before.
His own glowing testament in his books, Solzhenitsyn also turned out to be an admirer of Andrei Vlasov, a notorious Nazi collaborator. Now, what do you call a guy who sympathizes with Nazi Germany, supports their war aims, and idolizes Nazi collaborators? I'll leave that up to you. Anyways, this unsurprisingly led...
So he's trying to say that a guy who brought down fucking Stalin was a Nazi? Listen, even if that were the case, even if the people who brought down Nazis... or, you know, also ended up getting brought down by those very same Nazis, I don't fucking care. Let the enemy eat themselves. Like, there's nothing I like more than to see Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis get into a literal fist fight to like, the point where they're, like, eating each other's jugular fresh out of their throats. Like, that's the kind of shit I want to see. I want to see my enemy eat themselves. Like, that's what I want to see. I don't care if he was a Nazi. I don't care.
led to his arrest and being
Like,
subjected
even
to
if he
ban.
was, I don't know if he
The most
was.
of the
Maybe
Warner
he
Bush
was,
during
maybe
wartime.
he wasn't. I
The simple
don't
fact that he
care.
wanted to overthrow the Soviet government is almost conveniently hidden under the claim that he was arrested for calling Stalin mean or some other nonsense. Let's briefly talk about some of his other work before getting to his masterpiece, The Gulag Archipelago, starting with his book One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich. In it, Solzhenitsyn paints a picture of life inside prison walls as more liberated than outside. Oh boy, what a caged little hero. Just don't bring any Jewish people around him. This silly narrative glosses over the historical and material realities of Soviet life, where, despite significant hardship, the Soviet Union made immense strides in education, healthcare, and economic development. Of course, it doesn't mean it's perfect, but this stuff should be considered. His focus on his individual suffering, though, how liberal of him.
And I
goes
keep
down to the
saying
collective
if-
efforts of a society that
I keep saying if he is, it's actually if he was.
made and was
But then again, we actually have an article about him here. So, Alamata, notable awards, spouses, children. Oh my god, make this headache go away. Let's see. Is there a place where with his political affiliation? I don't want to be like I already fell down one rabbit hole. I don't want to fall down the fucking tanky rabbit hole live on stream. Let's see. Although I guess it's too late since we're watching a video. In the West. Let's see. I'm gonna copy and paste his name because I am not typing that shit back out. Political affiliation. And I want to be able to keep this open for any fact checking that may be done, or may need to be done. He was... Tsarism? Well, it would make sense if he's Russian that he would have some opinions on Tsarism. But it's like, was he liberal, fascist, communist, like, what? I don't know. If he's not communist, he's just liberal. We'll just leave it at that. Who cares?
making immense developments, especially compared to what came before it. In his other work titled Cancer Ward, his character expresses a cynical liberal refrain that greed and corruption are immutable human traits, which totally abandons the possibility of societal change and ignores the actual sociological fact that people are products of and subject to their material conditions. Nobody is immutably anything. This is also the work based on his time in a prison camp where he was cured of his cancer, free of charge, by the Soviet healthcare system in a gulag. Non-imprisoned Americans can't even give birth in a hospital without financially...
In a fucking gulag. Wait, did he just say... Was that a good thing he said about gulags just now?
traits, which totally abandons the possibility of societal change and ignores the actual sociological fact that people are products of and subject to their material conditions. Nobody is immutably anything. This is also the work based on a time in a prison camp where he was cured of his cancer, free of charge, by the Soviet... Nobody is immutably anything. This is also the work based on a time in a prison camp where he was cured of his cancer, free of charge, by the Soviet healthcare system in a gulag. Non-imprisoned Americans can't even give birth in a hospital without financially ruining themselves, let alone get cancer treatment. You can't reconcile the evil, mean, bad police state is crushing us all with even his own sense of reality and what he experienced. Solzhenitsyn's writings, including the...
So basically, the Russian government did a good thing. So you know, for me personally, and so therefore, I need to shut up about all the millions of people that are being murdered under Stalin. Like that's basically what we're watching here. Like if you don't shut up, like, you know, then you're like, okay, like, cool. I could literally not know, like, if that's literally Hitler, like, you know, trying to help me pick out a puppy, you know, like, but if I found out, like, that person was literally in charge of killing millions of people, I would want to get the fuck away from them. I don't care. Oh, you did this nice thing for me? You helped me pick out a puppy and you got me a donut? Aw, wait. Oh my god, you're a bloodthirsty killer? Get the fuck away. Oh my god, help! Help! Police!
Strip away any pretense of complexity, presenting the Soviet regime as cartoonishly or unreasonably evil. There's no effort to analyze why things happened. Back to the video in just a minute. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Incogni. A little while back, a massive data breach involving the National Public Data Company exposed tons of personal information of millions of people to the public, including their social security numbers. NPD is a data aggregator that collects information from various
I'm
sources
not
without your knowledge or
interested
consent,
in your
which allows for massive
ad.
breaches like. Let's move on to his supposed masterpiece, the Gulag Archipelago. The Gulag Archipelago is considered a crown jewel of anti-communist work, up there with the Black Book of Communism, which adds Nazi dead on the Eastern Front as victims of communism. So, yeah, that's the level of reliable we're talking here. On that note, check out my video on the topic here. Anyways, the Gulag Archipelago is supposed to be an attack laying bare the terrible truth of the Soviet labor camp system, a system of rehabilitation through labor used throughout the world, including the West, up until the 1950s, when the USSR stopped using it as well. This system, however, is still used in other forms to this day in the United States through the existence of penal labor. Here's the catch in regards to Solzhenitsyn's book, though. It's based entirely on unverified.
So wait, what?
Used in other forms to this day in the United
My
States.
ADHD is getting to me again. I'm fucking blanking out on this shit. Like, I keep... Then again, the headache's not really helping right now.
Including the West up until the 1950s, when the USSR stopped using it as well. This system, however, is still used in other forms to this day in the United States through the existence of penal labor. Here's the catch in regards to Solzhenitsyn's book, though. It's based entirely on unverifiable anecdotes, wild exaggerations, and flimsy evidence. In essence, they're camp stories. Even his wife said so, stating, the subject of the Gulag Archipelago is not in fact the life of the country, and not even the life of the camps, but the folklore of the camps.
So is he saying... Wait, is he saying the gulags are... I don't want to misrepresent him. I need to play that one more time. Is he saying that that the gulags were folklore? No, I'm gonna replay this over and over again until I'm absolutely sure that that's...
Gulag Archipelago is supposed to be an attack laying bare the terrible truth of the Soviet labor camp system, a system of rehabilitation through labor used throughout the world, including the West, up until the 1950s, when the USSR stopped using it as well. This system, however, is still used in other forms to this day in the United States through the existence of penal labor. Here's the catch in regards to Solzhenitsyn's book, though. It's based entirely...
Yeah, but it's bad. It's bad when the United States does it, and it's also bad when the fucking when the USSR does it. You kidding me? We don't the whole point of communism is we don't like slave labor. Did you really just... No, one more time. There's no fucking way.
System of rehabilitation through labor used throughout the world, including the West, up until the 1950s, when the USSR. Gulag Archipelago is supposed to be an attack laying bare the terrible truth of these as victims of communism. So, yeah, that's the level of reliable we're talking here. On that note, check out my video on the topic here. Anyways, the Gulag Archipelago is supposed to be an attack laying bare the terrible truth of the Soviet labor camp system, a system of rehabilitation through labor used throughout the world, including the West, up until the 1950s, when the USSR stopped using it as well. This system, however, is still used in other forms to this day in the United States through the existence of penal labor. Here's the catch in regards to Solzhenitsyn's book, though. It's based entirely on unverifiable anecdotes, wild exaggerations, and flimsy evidence. In essence, they're camp stories. Even his wife said so, stating, the subject of the Gulag Archipelago is not in fact the life of the country, and not even the life of the camps, but the folklore of the camps. J.R. Getty.
So he's basically the folklore of the camps. The folklore of the camps. So the tens of millions of people that died under this fuckwit, that's just folklore. What next thing you're gonna tell me next is that Sandy Hook was staged. It's about the same thing. They were crisis actors, guys. Those 10 millions of the 10 million people that just suddenly dropped dead off the face of the earth. They were crisis actors, guys. It was fake news. It was fake news. Nobody knows fake news like me.
Celebrate historian and expert in the field said his documentation is methodologically unacceptable in other fields of history, and that the work is of limited value, which is a nice way of saying it's bullshit. Solzhenitsyn wasn't content on just describing the Gulag system. He took pains to twist and stretch meanings and words to paint the USSR as an evil monster from 1917 until its fall. And because all of it was pure propaganda, it was made to reach you at an emotional level, so you ignore the fact that he's talking nonsense. Yet many still treat this borderline fictional memoir as a history book. Historians who have studied this work consider it a memoir, not a historical document. Gulag memoirs, like Solzhenitsyn's, offers no such documentation and provide readers no way to verify his claims. It's because memoirs and adjacent literature focus almost entirely on individual experiences, meaning stories, anecdotes, all which are highly unreliable sources. Now, this doesn't mean that gulags were good or whatever you may have turned up, but an honest person approaches topics like this with nuance and evidence, something almost entirely missing from this.
See, that's all shit I would expect a Nazi to say. Did you know that not everybody that was sent to a concentration camp was sent there to die? The concentration camp was, some of them were just hard labor camps. The idea was you would go there and you would serve some time just like a normal little prison. And if you died, you died, but if you lived, you got really... the Nazis weren't all that bad, guys. They didn't... The gulags, as brutal as they were, we need to approach these subjects with nuanced discussion. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Gulags existed. They weren't nice places to be. On the other hand, both by total amount of people and by percentage...
Concentration camps, they existed. They weren't a nice place to be. You know, but rehabilitation is rehabilitation as they're sending you out to the
larger than the Gulag system at its peak. So why isn't the U.S. considered an empire of evil? This is the kind of contextualization you need to actually understand things, but I'm getting...
The U.S. is considered an empire of evil, okay? I don't even acknowledge it as a real country. It's not even a real country. See, this is what I'm telling you about. If someone decides they're gonna call the American country a real fucking country, immediately disregard them. It is not a country, it is a satire. We're a parody of you, Russia. We're a parody of you. And you too, Germany. And I don't know, like, insert fascist regime here. We're a simulation of what life was like back in the day. We haven't learned our lesson yet. Every country has to learn theirs. We're young. We're only like 300 years old. Or 200 years old.
Excuse me. Regarding the Gulag system was nearly airtight, so basic facts like how many people were in the Gulag were left to wild speculation, which unfortunately ended up serving Solzhenitsyn's interests since it meant he could lie wildly. Even the scraps of data historians were left with were often unreliable, since they came from highly questionable sources. Solzhenitsyn tells horror stories from inside the camps, but never develops an analysis of why Gulags exist or why he's interned, aside from generic authoritarian for authoritarian's sake nonsense. Why would he? The goal of his work isn't to provide a well-substantiated, accurate, and nuanced picture of the Gulag, or mention how the majority of his fellow inmates were embezzlers, corrupt officials, ethno-nationalists, rapists, violent criminals, etc., and not all gentle songbird political criminals, even according to the most anti-communist of sources.
And yet a lot of them were locked up for... Wait. Maybe he was about to say what I...
The goal of his work isn't to provide a well-substantiated, accurate, and nuanced picture of the Gulag, or mention how the majority of his fellow inmates were embezzlers, corrupt officials, ethno-nationalists, rapists, violent criminals, etc., and not
Wait.
nuanced picture of the Gulag, or mention how the majority of his fellow inmates were embezzlers, corrupt officials, ethno-nationalists, rapists, violent...
Or mention whether or not, like, they were actual... They fucking imprisoned people for speaking out against the government, guys. I'm pretty sure during USSR, the amount of political dissidents that were locked up in jail per capita is approximately the same as black people we have locked up here for fucking marijuana offenses. It's like you're like you're trying to essentially say, like, if you're saying that the US is as bad as Russia, like, okay, cool. So what do you want to do about it? Like, you want to bring Russia back and tell us to, like, shut up? Or do you want to, like, actually, like, change the things that are going on in this country and not cynically use what we're doing to justify what other places are doing? Like, I get it. The United States is a hypocrite. Welcome to the show. I talk about that every fucking day. I can't shut up about it. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna fucking support gulags and death camps.
All gentle
or minimize their existence. I don't give a fuck if labor camps, whether or not there was a chance of getting out if you ever died. I don't give a fuck. In general, the idea was that you were gonna die. You can't minimize that. That is just denying reality here.
Even according to the most anti-communist of sources. One perfect example of his dedication to creating anti-Soviet propaganda is his wildly exaggerated death toll numbers. As we all know, anti-communist propaganda loves inflating death tolls. Solzhenitsyn's claims of millions of dead in the camps are absurd. But he wasn't alone. Robert Conquest, an intelligence officer employed in a dedicated anti-communist propaganda bureau, claimed that the employment camps...
It wasn't 6 million Jews, guys. It was 12 people. And they weren't Jews. They were sex offenders. Come on. You think I'm this stupid? Come on.
Alone killed 3 million people, a number he pulled out of his ass and is literally mathematically impossible. He's essentially the popularizer of the vast majority of anti-Soviet myths, which he frequently did based on no evidence and in a way that wouldn't fly for any other historical research had it been not so ideologically convenient. So what is the truth? Well, the answer is simple. There was no mass death or extermination policy in the prison system. In fact, the central government, sadly not always in the know of all the conditions in every single prison in the massive country, pushed for better medical care and quickly punished Gulag officials if death rates spiked. And yes, people did tragically die after being released.
Remember, the Nazis actually took very good care of their people, specifically the people that they favored. Doesn't make them good.
And that is a valid criticism, but the outrageous numbers Solzhenitsyn and others throw around are childish. When conditions in the camps got bad, the Soviets released the worst-off prisoners early. Solzhenitsyn's logic is that, well, technically all the prisoners that were released eventually did die of something, so therefore the Gulag system killed them, which leads into...
Figures up to 66 million.
However, scholars today have real data and a more accurate death toll, estimating a tiny...
Oh my god. Are we watching Holocaust denial right here? I feel like we are. But wait. He's anti-Nazi, I'm sure. I'm sure he hates the Nazis. I'm sure if we went back in his channel, he would probably... Let's see. Is this guy anti-Nazi? Let's see. Hakeem Nazi. Why did I add a T in there? I did not see that coming. Oddly enough. Oh, not gonna lie, that was a funny video. Let's say hypothetically that Ben shuts the fuck up. Maybe if I put Hitler? I don't know. Maybe if I specified specifically from Hakeem. No, I'm not seeing anything on the Nazis. Huh. Suspicious. It's almost like if you're justifying mass murder from one guy, you can't speak out against it from another guy. I wonder how that works. Cognitive dissonance sucks 10 pounds of cock.
Any fraction of what Solzhenitsyn
Okay,
played
I don't know what that
1950,
was.
the most turbulent period of the country since the Civil War. Thanks to this serious archival research, we can now properly grapple with the actual grim reality of the Gulag and rightfully criticize it. It was horrific, but it wasn't the Nazi-style death camp Solzhenitsyn and his followers portrayed it as. This exaggerated, one-sided account of Soviet labor camps continued to shape Western perceptions of the USSR due in large part to the CIA. This shouldn't be understated. Most of what you know about the USSR is probably the brainchild of directed, nefarious propaganda work by what essentially amounts to a terrorist organization that overthrows democratic governments for fruit company profit.
Oh my god, this is what the Nazis said about the Nazis say that about Nazis! That it was all a hoax made up by some government agency somewhere!
Profits. The only reason Solzhenitsyn is known, and that people at least pretend to have read the Gulag Archipelago or his other works, is because the CIA plastered it everywhere, pretty much like Orwell with Animal Farm in 1984. The CIA treated the Gulag Archipelago like a holy book, using it as a tool in their crusade against the Soviet Union, and promoting it in a propaganda operation in Europe aimed at influencing people in hating socialism and glorifying the American way of life. One of their most potent weapons was a front organization that funded and promoted anti-Soviet propaganda called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. They translated the Gulag Archipelago into many languages almost immediately, and promoted it and the lies within alongside with his other works. This wasn't some minor operation. On the surface, the CCF appeared to be funded by labor unions, but even...
Next thing we're gonna find out, guys, did you know that Stalin really, really loved kittens? How could he kill so many millions of people? He had a soft heart for kittens. Did he actually really... Hang on. I hate the fact that I'm unironically looking this up. Was Stalin a pet guy? What the fuck? I can't believe I'm unironically looking this up. What the fuck? Oh my god. Alright. Joseph... Stalin had dogs! There you have it, guys! There you have it. How could Stalin kill millions of people when he had a dog? He's got a soft spot, guys. He was a good person. You could never... You really gonna believe the fake news media is gonna tell you that he killed millions of people? Come on, guys. The CIA told you that. It's fake news.
About where the money was really coming from. The CIA would rope in prominent Western intellectuals like Arthur Koestler and Ignacio Salon to lend credibility to their cause. They published and heavily promoted books, organized conferences, handed out awards, all in the relentless pursuit of winning the culture front of the Cold War. Almost no post-war intellectual in Europe was untouched by the CIA's influence, whether they realized it or not. A relevant book on the topic is Who Paid the Piper? The CIA and the Cultural Cold War. So if Solzhenitsyn's work was mostly political musings and camp fairy tales, co-opted for propaganda purposes, what was the man behind the fairy tales?
Oh yeah,
Well,
Hitler
he
had a
was
dog. Therefore the gas chambers have been debunked. Hitler was an innocent man, guys. The dogs. He had a dog. He was so innocent. He could never kill millions of people, guys. So who's winning it all? Who's winning it all? If you're talking about the election cycle, currently I think they're kind of neck and neck. But yeah, so I already casted my early vote, so I recommend anybody getting their vote in as soon as possible. If not, election day is tomorrow, so that's your last chance to cast your ballot.
Well, Solzhenitsyn wasn't subtle in his rejection of democracy to begin with. For him, democracy wasn't just impractical for Russia, it was dangerous. He argued that Western-style freedoms would lead to ethnic conflict and instability, and pushed for, and I'm not kidding, a Russia-first policy.
I don't know about that one.
Solzhenitsyn believed that because
I don't
Russia
want
suffered
mass
more than any other people,
deportations.
particularly in relation to World War II, that they should prioritize their national welfare.
I have plenty of coworkers, plenty of family members who would actually be affected by mass deportation of that scale, and I can't justify voting for someone who's gonna basically make sure that it like the workplace at my job is already difficult enough. If they ended up getting like deportation is kind of permanent. As soon as you deport somebody, like they don't come back. They generally they're not gonna oh, okay, I lost all, I just got kicked out of the country. Well, fuck them, so it's no, Sweetness, I have to disagree with you, okay? If you don't vote Moldy Carrot, you support genocide. You need to vote Moldy Carrot 2024. That's the only person... Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. Personally, if Trump wins, I'm more worried about the people who don't have the resources to actually leave if it gets too bad, because I myself would be fine. I would just end up cleaning my life savings out, which would devastate me. But, what am I going to do? I can't stay here while my literal freedom gets threatened by a madman.
He viewed the fight for political freedoms, like voting rights, as distractions from the real battle against falsehoods, particularly what he called the big lie. I promise this esoteric-ass way of describing things is real. He thought they pulled attention away from the moral struggle, which he saw as...
Yes, Moldy Carrot. The Moldy Carrot wants to bring trans rights to everybody, and he is my personal accomplice with trying to rip down the liberal democracy and establish a trans supreme gay matriarchy. They are the proper person to vote for the role, and they will make America gay again. Vote for Moldy Carrot. Thank you.
Perceived to him was moral relativism, and therefore lacked firm leadership and a strong moral compass to guide society. This strong moral compass for him was actually just Russian orthodoxy, which he thought could offer the stability democracy lacked. This leads Solzhenitsyn to argue that Russian authoritarianism, specifically of the Tsar's variety, wasn't all that bad actually, because at least it preserved moral order. This is ignoring that Tsar's law, particularly in the latter period, was secularized and based on the same relativism he condemned. Besides the moral compass pillar, his other major reason for rejecting democracy was that monarchy and its brand of authoritarian rule has been the historical norm.
I'm lost. Where the fuck are we? Do I have to restart this whole point again? Let's see. Exactly, Moldy Carrot it is. Xenophobia and conspiracy theorist. His role in relationship with liberalism. Oh, come on. We both hate liberals, but you're kind of a little, in regards to the little triangle there, yeah, you may be on the exact opposite side of liberal, but... Yeah, don't eat a mold... I said vote for the Moldy Carrot, don't eat the Moldy Carrot. I absolve myself from any responsibility if anybody in my chat decides they want to eat a Moldy Carrot. I do not advocate for eating moldy carrots. I advocate for, drinking water, because water's self-care.
Forever. The best argument, of course. We've always done this, so let's continue doing this. In contrast, he viewed democracy as a fad that would quickly flare up and die out. He was the model arch-conservative, basically a monarchist. I remind you, this guy was a liberal darling. To him, serfdom was a golden age representing a time when divine and temporal authority were in harmony, nostalgia for a time generations behind him, and one that he never experienced. His ideal, a strict and arbitrary, hierarchical, authoritarian society rooted in traditional values, was...
Yeah. So wait a minute. Who? I am so lost. I'm gonna skip to the next point. I am so fucking stoned right now.
Solzhenitsyn was anti-Semitic too, to no one's surprise. And I don't mean, oh, he's anti-Semitic as a result of absorbing it from the background of racist culture. No, he was one of those anti-Semites, the kind of guy that would be comfortable talking about how the Jews control the world, unironically.
Well,
He was
yeah,
at a party.
a Nazi.
This wasn't a
Like I
minority.
said before, who fucking cares? At the end of the day, if Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump got into a fist fight with and there were knives involved and you know they both took each other out, the world would be a better place. Like, it would be objectively better. I wouldn't give two shits and a fuck. like the enemy of my enemy is my friend until the enemy is gone, and then the enemy is just my enemy, and then I want them gone too. Like, yeah, like I play dirty like that. Once I have no more use for you, bye-bye.
Legislative work. As an example, in his book 200 Years Together, he didn't critique Bolshevism. He just blamed the Jews for the revolution and all of Russia's prior and subsequent ills. In a 1974 letter to Soviet leaders, he even suggested that minority groups, especially Jews, should leave the USSR to save the Russian people and maintain Russia essentially as an ethno-state. This sentiment is what got him expelled from the USSR in 1974, following earlier support from Nikita Khrushchev's government to publish his works. Some dissident he was. Fred Hampton was brutally murdered in his bed by state-delivered assassins, but this guy got government support for his writing. He blamed Jews for their own persecution, attempted to connect Jews to Bolshevik
Yeah.
and echoed the rhetoric of the...
See, it all just seems like a hit piece just trying to make him seem... Just trying to point out the fact that, oh, times were fucked back then. Everybody hated each other. It's like, okay, is the grass green? Yes. Okay, thank you for telling me. I am promoting you from sergeant... I don't know, from... Wait, hang on a minute. What position is below captain? First lieutenant. Okay. Okay, so here's my opinion. You're gonna tell me the grass is green, water is wet, and that the guy who took down the USSR was a Nazi, and I'm supposed to care about that. Well, here's the thing. I am now promoting you because you have served your country well. First Lieutenant Obvious. You've done an amazing job serving your country of tankies, and we love you for it. I am promoting you. From this point forward, you will no longer be referred to as First Lieutenant. You are now Captain Obvious. Thank you. Alright.
This Judeo-Bolshevik...
Like, there's just nothing for me to fucking work with here. He's just telling me something. And it's like, okay, what am I gonna do with it? Am I supposed to be mad that he took down the USSR? Am I supposed to be mad that am I supposed to be mad that the gulags that you claim weren't that bad were actually ended? Like, am I supposed to... Like, okay. At the end of the day, Hitler killed Hitler. Do I have to be mad at Hitler for killing another person? Objectively, no. He just killed another person, and that was him. I'm not going to be mad at him for killing himself.
The world is a Nazi idea that is still with us today, in its renamed form, cultural Marxism. Must be why Jordan Peterson wrote the foreword for the latest edition of the Gulag Archipelago.
Oh my god, guys, you have to be mad at the person who killed Hitler, because did you know that the person who killed Hitler was literally Hitler? Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares?
Reactionaries of a feather. In the West, however, Solzhenitsyn's nationalism and racism were hidden and or overlooked by his liberal admirers, of which he had many, who were salivating at the opportunity to embrace absolutely anyone from the USSR critical of the Soviet Union, even a lying monarchist anti-Semite. A relevant side note, he was the only writer from the Soviet Union to pass apartheid's South Africa's racist and anti-communist censorship exam, and never once in his life uttered a word about apartheid. Some crusader for freedom. Solzhenitsyn's critiques of the Soviet system and Western liberalism were neither insightful or revolutionary. He facilitates between reactionary dreams of a romanticized past and his total failure to understand material history. His disdain for both systems was rooted in a fascist and monarchist desire to return to an era that never existed.
So basically he wanted to return to Tsarist Russia, essentially. Because the Tsar is basically the king, you know, and we're gonna butcher you or fry you in the brazen bull. We're gonna cook you, and you're gonna scream, and you're gonna sound like a bull, a bellowing bull.
Since that Western culture had become cowardly and morally...
Or we're gonna impale you on this sharp thing, you know.
He believed actually weakened administrative power. In his view, society's problem wasn't the exploitation of the many by capitalists, but the lack of a strong and moral authority capable of enforcing its will on the masses. He said the West had too much comfort, and that it was a biological disadvantage to have that much comfort. This was really just a call for austerity, which reactionaries love. His strange historical musings pin blame on the Renaissance as the historical turning point, where spiritual values were replaced by materialism, leading to the eventual fall of monarchy. If you read between the lines, he's actually identifying and personally finding issue with the kernels of capitalism, and the eventual march of the ideology of liberal governance as a guarantee for capital and capitalist development. But he's too fucking stupid to reach the correct conclusion, that this is the march of history due to developing productive forces, and just as monarchy and feudalism was superseded, so will capitalism. He instead falls back on advocating for a fantasy past with serfs and kings. He was absolutely convinced that the peasantry was the moral backbone of society, essentially just advocating for feudalism. Here's an interesting example that I'm betting
We already basically have that. The only difference is the serfs can eventually become the kings, and the peasants can eventually become the lords.
He was highly critical of the rise of capitalist speculators. No, it wasn't a critique of capitalism itself. Instead, he criticized them because they were a symptom of the collapse of his beloved Russian autocracy. More people with wealth means less power for the king, or whatever strong moral ruler he thought up. He further argued that democracy was flawed because no king, essentially. He thought that if you're going to hold elections, they should focus on the moral authority of individual leaders rather than which political party or policies they represent. He doesn't seem to understand he's just putting different labels on a party system, the very thing he's trying to argue against, the critique of democracy. This critique of democracy implies, by his own logic, that the masses and peasants are simultaneously the unquestionable moral backbone of society, but that they're also incapable of self-governance and need to be led by a king or king-like figure.
So
in the end, Alexander Solzhenitsyn's legacy is
every country's like that, and even people who live in those countries are too fucking brainwashed to view it as anything more than bullshit, that we need somebody over us to rule us and to lead us. It's called a country. It's called a government. Like, if your idea is to burn down the idea of borders, right on, brother. Godspeed. But goddamn, like, I cannot like, I can't really, I don't know. I don't know if I can, exactly, state capitalist, basically. Yeah. Yeah, like, I just can't join hands with somebody who thinks that the gulags were that bad. Like, I wouldn't want someone in my community thinking that the fucking Nazis weren't that bad. Like, it just seems like the same apologia. Like, it just looks like words are flipped. Like, a little, hang on a minute. Where's Notepad? All right, we're gonna do a little game here. The blank apostrophe s weren't that bad, and blank did nothing wrong. Okay. It's a bit simplistic here. I mean, I think this is... I mean, forgive me for the reductionism here, but it almost looks like you can put two different things here. For example, here you could put gulags or concentration camps, and here you can put Stalin or Hitler, and the overall sentence doesn't fucking change. Yeah, forgive the reductionism and the extreme simplicity, but I'm gonna die on this hill, okay? I'm gonna die on this hill. Just forgive me if I'm not convinced that there was anything good about Stalin. Stalin be Stalin too much, you know? Oh my goodness. Yeah, he was one of the first people that I actually became a fan of when I first started actually dipping into socialist, the socialist left, the actual socialists, not the pussy-ass sock dems. And then I find out he's a fucking tanky defending the USSR. I'm not gonna lie, before coming to this video, I was all neutral about it. I was just like, why do we hate Hakim? Oh, he supports the USSR. Got it. So it's like I was kind of neutral. I just kind of understood that, oh, he probably doesn't have a good reputation because he's probably saying these things. But I wasn't gonna take a position either way until I saw this shit, and it's like, oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah, yeah, I'm glad I never fell down the tanky rabbit hole. So, yeah. But no matter whether you fell down, like, I'll be honest, like, if you fell down some pretty bad rabbit holes, just, like, remember, it's okay. We all had our reactionary, phases. But what matters is who we are now. Past is the past. You're never going back. The past is in the past. Let it go. Okay, I'm done. I'll shut up now. But yeah. Yeah, now I see it. I kind of had a feeling. I mean, I know Vosh, like, it was one of the first few videos I watched on Vosh's channel. But I didn't want to really take a position, but now I'm seeing it for myself. I think, yeah, he said some things to, like, Second Thought, or he reacted to, like, Second Thought and Hakeem, but yeah. I don't remember why he said Second Thought was a tanky, but I guess he's a tanky as well. I don't know. He seems to not be, like, maybe I could be wrong, but he doesn't seem as batshit crazy as fucking this shit. I don't know, I could have missed out on those videos. Or maybe I just wasn't paying attention enough because of the fact that I was listening to Second Thought in order to not go mad at work. And so I was partially distracted from some of the shit he said. I don't know. I'm sure if I reviewed some of those videos, I probably would also lose my respect for him. But yeah. There you have it, guys. The Nazis weren't that bad. Neither was Hitler. You know. Hitler, the concentration camps didn't, you know, they were brutal, but they weren't trying to kill anybody, you know? Like, obviously it wasn't that bad. There you have it, guys. Oh, what? USSR? Well, what's the difference? They were both shit back then, killing millions of people. Anyway, so I'm gonna go take another break. I shall be back. And thank you for watching my show. If you're enjoying, feel free to hit the like button and follow me on socials. Yep, I've got Discord, YouTube, Twitch. I also have a Patreon. If you want to support that, it'll allow me to spend more time here, to be able to provide the news that you're looking for, and will also make me less reliant on my job, therefore giving me that extra free time. And with that, I bid you adieu. What the fuck? Here I am, like, half in. Yes. Thank you. It's definitely not an easy job. I'm definitely operating at a loss here. But then again, I'm more concerned, especially since the fact that the country is falling into such a dark direction. I'm more concerned with getting the fucking message out. I mean, I literally did these upgrades just for fun. The camera, however, I wanted something. The camera and the mic, I just wanted something that looked a little bit more professional. You know, so yeah. Well, I'll be back from my break. I'll see y'all around. And I need to finish writing more music because I can't keep playing the same music. Alright, play that. What's up, guys? We are back, and good news, my camera is fully charged. Yeah, I just, when I left for my break, it was still charging, and when I came back, the light was green, so that was beautiful. That was amazing to find out. Will say I probably do need to work on my lighting a little bit. Yeah, but otherwise, I think we're in good standing. My camera's back to working. I think the solution to the camera issue is that I just need to get more batteries. I just need to get more batteries for it. I wonder if, like, let me see. I want to look up real quick. What battery do I need for Canon EOS Rebel, not Revel, Rebel T100. What do I need? Let's see, I need, oh, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and, wonder if I can buy it from their website. I'll have to look into it. Yeah. Because I think that's really the solution. Because if the battery drains so quickly, then I just get two. One on that charger over there, and then when this one dies, I just switch out the batteries and then charge the dead one. It's kind of a brilliant solution, actually, if you think about it. Allows me to be able to use my camera without having to replace it without having to shut off the camera midstream. So. Oh, thanks, sweetness. At least we don't have any chatters with main character syndrome yet. Yeah, so my brother actually, about that. So my brother actually says he's going to try to hook me up with a chat bot. And oh my god, I really don't like this lighting. You cannot see me. I'll be right back. I'm going to see if I can get a second lamp real quick, because one is clearly not enough. This one, I believe, is, I think it's incandescent? Well, not incandescent, but hopefully a dim fluorescent or LED. Hopefully. Preferably. Indubitably. Where would I put it? I'm already, like, all wired up over here. Oh, no. Whoa. Oh, almost knocked over my camera. Shit. Let's see. Where is that? Here it is. I think I'll put it over by my printer, actually. I'll have to figure it out, though, later. Unless I can get the cord around. So if I put it here, I really need to get my organization under control. Oh, move my laptop. There. And then I can move this behind my laptop and bring it around this way. Light, don't blind me now. Alright. Whoa, whoa. Oh, okay. Success! Feet did not get caught. We're good. We're in good standing. Alright, where did that go? Here. Shit. Still not close enough. Wait, no, maybe it is. I almost got it just a little further. Can I do it? Do you believe in me? I think I got it. She shoots, she scores, and the crowd goes wild. Ah. Alright. Now, I move it, because I don't want that light in my eyes. A little distant to the printer. I should move closer anyway. There. On top of the printer for now, and then we'll figure that out later. So, but yes, in regards to the chat thing, he linked me a chat bot, which I guess is called Nightbot. And allegedly... Oh, you're focused too much on me. That's a little creepy. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so essentially I guess I create like a little browser widget or something like that, and then somehow I can get it to show on screen, because that's kind of what I want to work on, is being able to get that on there. Like, God only knows how many, like, I've been doing this for a few weeks now. I should have already had all my shit figured out. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can do some more politicking. God damn it, why do I have so many Vosh notifications? Is he, like, literally the only person that I hit the bell icon? Closing out campaign on negative violent no. Ooh. Let's see. Alright.
Iowa's been spared. That's one way to look at it for sure. I think there's a lot of other states that wish that was the case. But on the other hand, you do have to wonder how much of this actually is issue-driven, as opposed to candidates showing up 4, 5, 6 times, sometimes in exactly the same place they were just a week ago. And abortion in this case, maybe...
Oh, by the way, is my loud mouth too fucking loud over the audio of the video? Do let me know, because I did kind of... just because I'm so self-conscious about audio issues, I did kind of go back into the history of the stream just to see if... And it did sound a little low. Do I need to increase the audio of the video? Or is it, I don't know. Because it looks like they're both equal. Oh, no, they're not. I mean, I guess I can, what's my audio at? 72? I'll drop it down to 70? Damn it! I am not left-handed, guys. Desktop audio 0.7. There. So, alright, so is it better? Does it sound better? Like when I talk, I'm not too, because I want to be able to be heard over the video, but I don't want to overcome the video so much that that's all you can hear is my big fat mouth. So I don't know. Is the video still the video playing fine?
The point that of this not being a state that has had a ton of messaging and a ton of ads. This is more organic, and this is happening because of events, because of how they are watching the news and interpreting the news from the campaign trail. I think it's saying voters are sick of Trump. I think it actually
that sounds
is
about right.
Voters who are just ready to be done with it, and they're...
Yeah, that sounds about right. Voters are so goddamn sick of Trump. I mean, who wouldn't be? The homeboy wants to commit a goddamn... It's better? Okay, good. The homeboy wants to commit a fucking ethnic cleansing here. Like, it's so goddamn sad. How is it so close anyway? How is it so close anyway? America, you haven't learned your lesson. You literally held a Nazi rally almost 100 years after one was previously held in the same goddamn spot. Oh my god.
That's what we're starting to see in the Seltzer poll.
You can't pay me enough to deal with this shit.
One of the things that I noted is that Seltzer was in the field from last Tuesday, the 28th. Sure. No, excuse me, Monday, the 28th, rather, to Thursday, the 31st. And that was after Madison Square Garden. Right. And it also captures the, I'll protect women.
I'll protect women from being brutalized by trans people in bathrooms. But I'm not going to give them access to health care if they've been raped. Because I care so much about women. In fact, I care so much about protecting children that I'm going to enable states to force children to carry their rapist babies. Because that is how much I care about children. And in order to shout squirrel, in order to distract you away from what I'm actually doing and what my policies are causing, I am going to point you in the direction of the Haitian migrants who are eating your cats, they are eating your dogs, and they're eating the pets of the people who live there. And I'm going to tell you to look at them, and we are going to have a crystal knocked, and a day of the rope, and a night of long knives, and you're gonna love it. We're gonna make America great again, guys. We are gonna deport 20 million... America! America!
Women, whether women want it or not.
America!
Racist
Fuck
rhetoric
yeah!
From the introducers as well as the former president himself at Madison Square Garden could have certainly been offending older women.
Oh, absolutely. Look, all politics are now national, whether or not there was a door knocker in Iowa or not. You turn on your news and you get in Iowa the same news you get anywhere else in the country. And it fundamentally supports the theory that this entire race from start to finish is an adjudication of Donald Trump. In many ways, he has a certain...
But it won't mean shit if he wins the Electoral College. Remember, he lost the popular vote twice, but won the Electoral College once. Whether or not whether or not the voters say we don't want him clearly doesn't fucking matter because we have fucking affirmative action for goddamn Republicans.
certain air of an incumbency because he was presidency, or was...
No affirmative action for black people, mind you, just for Republicans.
...the president, because the country is so familiar with him. And part of being familiar with him and the adjudication of Donald Trump is he gave us Dobbs, he bragged about Dobbs, and so if your vote is informed by reproductive freedom, you hang that on Donald Trump.
Or if your vote is about not having access to gender-affirming care, or, you know, or literally freedom because one side of the country decided that you're not worthy of existing, well, then, you know, like... Yeah, that's another example, you know, of people who might be informed by that. Like, you know, like, yeah.
And then also, the rhetoric you heard at Madison Square Garden.
Recently, the close...
By the way, I found it funny that the one person accused me of supporting... Oh! Shit. I gotta stop trying to put my feet up on shit. I just collapsed my... Not my Super Nintendo! Yes, I'm a real old school gamer. I'm like OG up in this bitch. I've got everything. The Nintendo, which is dead, unfortunately. The Nintendo 64 and the Super Nintendo. I'm one of the cool kids. And fuck everybody who disagrees. Yeah, but anyway, as I was saying... What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. Fuck. It was informed by this. Something about this.
On Donald Trump. And then also, the rhetoric you heard at Madison Square...
I was going on a rant
Recently,
about Madison Square, and then I just went on some other rant. Ay, ay, ay. See, this is what I'm talking about with ADHD, guys. One thing, and I get yapping. I start yapping, and then one thing distracts me, and then I forget where the fuck I was at. All right.
rhetoric
All right,
when people
all
are paying
right.
more attention.
Listen, women will decide this race. I
Oh
strongly...
yeah, I remember what it was. Like yeah. So, it was something about yes. We will sing this song together. I'm gonna pull the lyrics out of my ass. I don't have no song. If you can make some music, then make it fast and put it to this random bullshit that I pulled from my ass. Okay. I don't know what that was. We'll make that the theme song of the show if anybody actually decides they want to clip that and like remix it or something. Every time someone follows me or subscribes to me on like Twitch or YouTube, it's just gonna play a clip of that song.
believe, but not simply on the issue of reproductive freedom. They're going to decide whether or not Donald Trump is fit to lead this country and to be the role model back in the Oval Office. And part of that is what they heard at Madison Square Garden. Part of that is Dobbs. Part of that is misogyny. You go down the list. I think women, black, brown, white, Latina, you name it. You go down the vertical. They are going to turn out and decide
What
this election.
song?
And
Which one? I don't see a song. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't show anyone or anything. Do I really have that good singing skills that I'm getting song requests? I don't think I sing that good. I sound like a dying cat when I try to hit the high notes. Like, how far? Oh God. No. No, I'm not going on American Idol.
Mark's the master of the minutia. I'll give you the macro. Democrats overperformed in 18, so Donald Trump comes on the scene in 16, pulls off a popular vote loss with Electoral College win. Democrats then overperform in 18 with a blue wave. Joe Biden overperforms, unseats a sitting president with about an 80 electoral vote win. And in 22, when there was supposed to be a red wave, Democrats overperform.
What's the name of the song? Maybe I could find the lyrics or something. Like that would be kind of funny. Yes, Kiki's gonna show that she doesn't belong anywhere near a microphone on American Idol. She belongs in the audience, not the stage. We're gonna find that out. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to.
Form again. So if we see Trump and Republicans do well Tuesday night, it would be the first disruption of that trend that we've seen in 8 years.
Is there like
I think there's a reason if you're Vice President Harris to be.
Do I have like a filter on my YouTube account or something? God damn it! Oh. Let's see. Is there? See, what way? Fuck. How could you? See if you can. Do you have a Twitch account? See if you can post the lyric in my Twitch account. Or in the Twitch chat, and I'll see if I can do it, because YouTube's shit is so weird. And no, that's not the video we're watching. Oh no, did I close out of the video? No. No, I don't. Try, if you have a Twitch account, try to post it on there. I should see it there. I think YouTube's just being stupid. You don't have Twitch? Oh. Discord, maybe?
Encouragement.
All right, let's bring in Tim Alberta, staff writer for The Atlantic, author of the new piece.
So if you click on... so in the stream, or if you go to my channel and you click on the... there should be like a Discord link there. Like, I'll show you how to get there. 1 second. YouTube... Wait. So my channel, it should be in the About tab right here. So I've got Patreon, Twitch, and Discord right here. So this is the one you want if you want to send me anything. So all right, let's see, where were we?
Inside the ruthless, restless final days of Trump's campaign. That was not written for TV saying out loud, a TV anchor. Tim, thank you very much for joining us. Tell us, bring us inside the ruthless final days of the Trump campaign. What are you hearing?
Yeah, look, I think the takeaway here is that a campaign that was really remarkably professional and disciplined, and that had been built upon this idea of restraint, right?
Hold on.
Campaign that was not written for TV saying out loud, a TV anchor. Tim, thank you very much for joining us. Tell us, bring us inside the ruthless final days of the Trump campaign. What are you hearing?
Oh, so we're talking
Yeah,
about
look,
the final
I
days
think
of the Trump campaign, it looks like.
the takeaway here is that a campaign that was really remarkably professional and disciplined, and that had been built upon this idea of restraint, right? The outbursts from Trump are inevitable, the bad behavior, the crazy rhetoric. I mean, you're always going to get some of it because it's Donald Trump. You know, the people running this campaign understand that. And
no,
yet,
that's fake news. That's fake news. You see, Trump is a good man. Trump is a really good man. He did so much for the country. He made life worse for brown people and stuff. Trump is really he did not lead an insurrection. It's fake news. It's fake news. What are we? Why are you gonna believe the fake news media?
This idea of, okay, if we can kind of minimize it, if we can try to contain it, and if we can keep him mostly on message around immigration, around the economy, around, you know, strength on the world stage, that like we can, if we only perform 10% better than we did in 2020, then we're going to win, and maybe we'll win comfortably. And I think the story here is that for so much of the campaign, they had done that. They had been successful in sort of curbing some of Trump's most self-destructive impulses. And
I disagree, because one of Trump's most extreme impulses was the attack on the Capitol. Like they didn't do such a good job at stopping that. I can tell you right now.
Yeah.
Like the man baby was like, "Oh, if I can't have this country, nobody can. Yeah, come on, my minions. Yeah, we are gonna take over this country because I'm Donald Trump."
Here over the last 6, 7, 8 weeks of the campaign, it's all started to slip away from them, and Trump at times has almost seemed hell-bent on sabotaging himself and sabotaging his own campaign, and it's just left everyone in his orbit feeling totally delusioned here down the home stretch.
Tim, I wonder, and we're watching Donald Trump right now in Raleigh, and Vaughn gave us some great background on what he's been seeing with the Trump campaign over the last week, including the dwindling crowds. At Madison Square Garden, I saw a lot of people leaving maybe 30 minutes into when he was talking. He's been out there 90 minutes plus already. And by the way, that venue, we're told, is about 70% full. He's going back to places he's been to before. Tell me what you see in this closing week and what that might say going forward. Is it possible at all that what we know is the exhaustion factor from the Kamala Harris voters, maybe an exhaustion factor to some extent from some of his own voters? You at one point talked about how the culprit of the problems in the campaign is the man who's addicted to mayhem.
Yeah, like he's addicted to mayhem like it's fucking meth. Like I feel like if you gave the guy what looks like a meth pipe and he gave him a nice ball of chaos, he would smoke that shit right up. He would just go like, do you hear that? Do you hear the screams? Yeah, making my lungs feel good too.
There's no question, when you think about the Trump strategy as of about a month ago, you noticed that as Kamala Harris was beginning her media blitz, she was really for the first time kind of everywhere all at once, doing the late night shows, doing long sit downs. And you noticed that during that same time frame, pretty conspicuously, Trump had pulled back. His people had him doing a lot of these podcasts. They were doing a lot of sort of alternative media, keeping him out of the spotlight. And that was very much intentional because all of the data that...
Uh-oh. Guys, I just got in some breaking news. I gotta update the banner. It's very important. You have no idea. It's very important. I gotta update the banner specifically. It's breaking news, guys. You need to know this. Wait. Hang on. Where's the text? How do you edit the text? Oh, right, I gotta edit from a file. No, don't read from a file. Okay. I gotta edit the banner. This just came in, guys. I can't believe I'm just now finding this out. All right, I think we're good. I just got to figure out how to. Oh no! Why does it do that? I wish I knew how to make it actually like. I wish I knew how to actually make it pan so that it can. I don't know. Maybe I can edit it a little bit. Make it a little more. But then again, it's not going to look like an actual banner message. That's lame. It's just going to look like a paragraph, guys. I'm sorry. I'm doing this myself. Okay, here you go. Breaking news. Trump is a deranged lunatic who had to be hidden because he's batshit insane. There you have it, guys. Breaking news. This just in. This just came in just now. You're on... did you send it on the Discord? All right, so we're gonna find out if whether or not I belong on American Idol. Let's see what we got. Let's see, what lyrics are we looking at? Holy shit, I am so inactive in my own server. Why does my camera always do that? All right. America, fuck no, coming around to fuck up your day. America, fuck no, terror is the only way. Yeah, freedom, your day is through, and now you'll have to answer to America, fuck no. How's that, Sweetness? Was that good? Was that good? Do I belong in American Idol? Should I try? Should I try for American Idol and make myself look insane? just have Simon up there be like, what the fuck was that? I don't even know why you're even alive. Have your brains really liquefied that much and have fallen out of your ears that you think that you have the vocal cords necessary to be able to sing live on stage for hours a day? You are disgusting, and you should get the fuck out of my sight. I'm voting no. Alright, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So here's what I want you to do, Sweetness. I want you to clip that out. I want you to send that to Simon himself. And you know, and then every dollar I make off of that, I'll give you like 8 cents. So like if it's $100 I make, you'll get $8. Every $1,000 I make is another $80. You'll get amazing royalties. It's great. It's great. I promise. You know, socialism, gotta love it. Oh wait, no, socialism is when government do a thing. All right, that's fine. I'll just reappoint myself. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me just reappoint myself. Hang on a minute. I'm no longer the abdicated matriarch. I'm the queen matriarch again. Alright. So there we go. I'm now the queen matriarch. So now that I'm doing a thing, I officially count as socialism. Alright. And now to maintain my power, I'm going to send my army of radical transgender communist cat girls to attack the Capitol, and we're gonna establish the first trans supreme gay matriarchy, and it's gonna be heavily communist. Don't worry, it's gonna be great. Tremendous, believe me, the best you've ever seen. Nah, that's wrong. So that is completely wrong. It's not worker democracy. It's not worker-owned means of production. It's when government do a thing. We all know this. We all know this. And government do a thing is obviously bad, and so we need to ban it. And anybody trying to push for government do a thing needs to be sent to our forced forced labor camps and sent out to do slave labor for pennies on the dollar. You know, it's America, guys. Land of the free. Hail America.
They have all of the research that they've done has shown that actually
the trans matriarchy will deport the people who made it that way. Don't worry. Vote for the queen matriarch. Oh wait, no, I'm queen. You can't vote for me because of the fact that I'm just like I'm the queen. I'm the queen. You can't vote for the queen. The queen's just the queen. Wait, you think the queen is held accountable to the peasants? Oh, to the serfs? God, no. No. I'm above the law. I'm above the law. I write the law. And it is up to the serfs to follow it. I'm the queen matriarch, bitch. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Okay.
Less is more with Trump, and that if they can keep the focus on Harris, if they can just seize on every weird soundbite, anything she says or does that they believe is going to alienate some of these persuadable voters, that is a net positive. Any day where the focus is on Harris is a good day for the Trump campaign. That was kind of the operational theory, and it held up pretty well. But I think what we've seen here over the last...
Thank you. I'll run for president next election cycle. Oh wait, I won't be able to. Not just yet. Not just yet. I'll only be about 34. So I'll run in 2032. There you go. Give me about 8 years to cure the brain rot of this bullshit. And I'll be running the world's first iron fist socialism when government do a thing. That'll be my message. Guys, I want government do a thing. Vote for me.
Last couple of weeks, certainly over the last week and a half or so, is that Trump has basically said, no, we're not doing that. Like, I'm going out on my terms. And his terms, I mean, Katie knows this better.
His terms was after a failed insurrection, let's be real here.
Better than anyone. Like, Donald Trump's terms is that he wants all the cameras on him. He wants the crowds. He wants the attention. He wants to be center stage in the middle of the Trump show, and he is the leading man for better or for worse. And so I think any of the kind of strategic efforts that we saw from his campaign that were pretty effective earlier on have now just completely fallen by the wayside.
Tim, you open your piece.
Yeah, so yeah, let's just be aware of the situation we're in for tomorrow. And oh my God, is it really 5 o'clock EST right now? Oh no. Oh no, that means the day's almost over, guys. America is under threat tomorrow. Will America die? Stay tuned.
With a really terrible epithet that he was using on the plane in the aftermath of the debate about Joe Biden. It's an epithet that hasn't been used in decades about people who are mentally challenged, genetically challenged, Down syndrome people.
Autistic people, let's be real here.
Oh yeah. Him out
oh yeah, that's a thing. Okay, so all right. I'm trans, I'm part Polish, I'm autistic. So there's 3 undesirable categories right there. I wouldn't stand a chance in fucking in the Deutsche Reich.
Using it. Yet, in recent days, we've seen him unleashed. We've seen that really crude microphone gesture, which offended a lot of people at a rally, and some of the other things he's done. The violent rhetoric.
I love that. I love that. We need to make that a real GIF. Can someone clip that for me? Let me replay that. If you don't do it, I'm gonna do it. I want that. I want that as a goddamn GIF. In fact, no. I'm gonna hit record right here. All right, I'm gonna record that.
The other things he's done.
Wait, no. I gotta get this in full screen. Hang on a second. You guys, get out of the way. You're in the way. Everybody move. Wait, how do I do this? Do I gotta do a new fucking scene? Ah! Kill me!
The violent rhetoric, including what they said later was a joke about what could happen to some of the other things he's done, which offended a lot of people at a rally, and some of the other things he gesture, which offended a lot of people at a rally. And some of the other things he's done, the violent rhetoric, including which offended a lot of people at a rally. And some of the other things he's done, the violent rhetoric, including
Go back to being grown adults. We're gonna be mature now.
what they said later was a joke about what could happen to if they got shot, even though he was protected by bulletproof glass. What is going on there? Is this part of an unraveling because he sees the crowds diminishing and maybe sees some internal polling that they have not shared with anyone?
I can just tell you guys this, based on my reporting from inside the campaign for most of this year. There's always been this strange disconnect in the sense that people around Trump recognize that this election, certainly more than the other two, carry a certain existential consequence for Trump. That if he loses, then he could be facing more convictions, and he could be even facing jail time. And so,
but it's like at the end of the day, like he should have been dealing with that before. Like if you're a convicted felon, that should instantly disqualify you from running. If you're a convicted felon, you can't fucking vote. Why can you run for president? That's so fucking stupid. You can do one thing, but you can't do another in the political system. Are you fucking dumb? Are you fucking stupid? Like do you need to go to school? Did you fail 5th grade? Did you even get out? Like, did you get stuck in 5th grade until you were 18 and just decided to give up and drop out because you're so fucking stupid? Like, your brain is so liquid and it fell out of your ears?
in one sense, you're
like, if so, like every time a leftist reads brain rot and our brains liquefy and fall out of our ears from it, we at least have the knowledge to have like a little bowl on the side of our shoulder to pick up the fucking brain liquid and a scalpel or something to drill a little hole in our head so we can pour it back in and keep our fucking brain. But for some reason you have a hole, like it's a leak, like you can't keep your fucking brain in somehow, and it's like At least, get a bowl. Maybe patch up that leak and keep your brain inside your fucking head. It's for your own good. I care about you, man. I care about you. I don't want you falling. I don't want you falling for the brain rot. I want you to keep your brain in your skull. It's a good thing. Having your brain in your head means you can do things like talk, breathe, walk, and do math or something.
Looking at that and thinking, well, nothing should concentrate the mind like the possibility of going to jail. And people around him have not said that to him directly, but they have sort of emphasized, look, Mr. President, we've got to bear down here. We've got to stay on message. We've got to, if you do these things, if you deliver on these things that we are telling you to do, then we're going to win, right? And at times, he seems to have been very receptive to that. And yet, you also have these stretches like the one we're in now, where he almost seems determined to blow this thing up. He almost seems like he wants to see.
Be careful with that wording when referring to Trump. Blow this whole thing up. What whole thing are you referring to? The White House? He already led his goons there once. Are you saying that he's gonna blow it up now? Be careful with your wording. He might sue you like he did the Onion.
Just how close he can get to self-destruction in the closing days of the campaign, of all things. I was having a conversation Friday night.
Let's see. I know D is like the, and then Gross Deutsch, something about like German something or other. I'd have to go back to remember the context in which it was spoken in.
With somebody very close to Trump who was just audibly distraught, talking about how can't quite understand.
Buffering? Shit. Yeah, my connection is bad. See, that's another thing I want to look into, is I want to try... Oh yeah, the Greater German Realm. Right. Oh right, because gros in French is almost like saying big. Just like grande and grande. Grande being feminine, grande being masculine. And then, of course, yeah, so it would make sense that gros would also be... Yeah, okay, so, and then the Greater American Realm. I feel like, so if I had to take a guess, if Trump gets into office, it's like just take out those question marks and that hyphen and just replace it with a plus sign. That's basically what we're looking at. 2025 onward, that's it. Like, and it's like, oh, but what about when Trump dies? Then the American Reich will eventually fall apart. Well, no. What happened when Kim Jong-il died? Fatty took over. It's not how that works. Sorry. Once democracy's dead, it's gone. It's kind of like real death. You don't come back from that shit.
But for whatever reason, he is just in a dark place right now, and just seems like he is closing this campaign.
Oh, the Holy American Empire.
Really?
Yeah, like honestly, the Holy American Empire. When Christian fundies take over and start executing the gays. Sounds godly. Sounds holy. You ever wonder why Jesus Christ is considered like a holy figure? I'll explain it. He's got a hole here, he's got a hole here, here, both of his feet, and then also a hole in the side, where they stabbed him in the side because, he was being crucified. That's why he's holy. He's all filled with holes. He's goddamn Swiss fucking cheese.
Negative, violent note.
So it would make sense to call it the Holy American Empire if it's going to be a Christian nationalist regime here. Like supporting fucking Swiss cheese. Swiss Jesus Christ. In the name of our Lord and Savior, Swiss Jesus Christ. I'm fucking dead.
Where they want to be running through the tape on this kind of positive, unifying note, and they've just kind of they all recognize who this man is, that they're working for. They can't force him to say or do what they want him to do, but they were hoping that this campaign would end differently than the way that it's ending. And I think it's really...
Women for Trump. Women for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Hey guys, I don't want access to reproductive health care. Please grab me by the pussy, Trump. Please fuck America, like, brutally and spank us harder. You heard what Tucker said. He wants you to spank us harder, Daddy.
I use the word just disillusioned.
Daddy's home.
There are a
and
lot
he
of
is
people
pissed.
close to Trump in this moment who are, I think, just despairing over the state of things.
We've been buttering corn wrong. Take
What
your
the
iced
fuck?
tea glass. You are
What
gonna
now?
thank me for this. Press it firmly.
Where
down
am
to
I?
a cup of noodles hack.
Did the video
The
end?
best results after pouring in the hot water.
Get back.
Use a
Go back.
household iron to reseal the top for simmering.
Did the video end?
You are gonna thank me for hack. Problem with
Oh,
your dishwasher
ew.
leaving your dishes damp after the cycle?
Is this a stupid
Place a roll
ad?
of toilet paper on the bottom shelf to absorb the extra moisture.
All right, I got
Okay,
3.
no, I'm willing to bet the video's over. But anyway, yeah, so... oh my God, I will go jump into Mount Kilauea. You know what I think would also fit well with the song? I can think of two other fascistic leaders. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Addie H. I don't think I need to explain who Addie H is. It's not Hitler. I promise you it's not that. It's definitely, I'm not a Nazi. I'm another horrible leader that could be put in that song. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Benito. Yep, there you go. There you go. You got that Benito Mussolini right there. We got our tankies, everyone. Hey, I just want to be inclusive of all fascists, okay? I don't want to make tankies feel left out, okay? I want them to bear some of the load of criticism, okay? Let's see. Anything or let's see. 6 things that would change. Is this another one of those slideshow bullshit? No thanks. I want real content. Real shit. And if you can't give me real shit, then you're fucking fake. Get off my shit, you fucking fake. Okay. I don't know what that was. I think I'm Gollum or something. It's mine. My own. My precious. I don't know. You know what should we go back to school? Do we need to go back to Prager University? I'm bored. I don't know what to look up here. I want React content. Content that I can respond to. Where's all the content that I hate? I've subscribed to people. No. Oh, I know one. Blair White made a video about why she's voting for Trump and she's not sorry. There we go. Let's respond. Here we are. The extremist woke TikTok. Or woke TikToks.
Let's talk about why I am voting for Donald Trump despite being a trans person. That word despite is a bit unfortunate just because I am painfully, sadly aware that there is still a very low frequency out there in the general population that believes if you are a minority that your vote is locked and sealed to Democrats no matter what Democrats do. Unfortunately for...
So she's playing the victim. I'm a victim because I'm literally voting for someone that wants to lock up trans people like me.
Democrats, I guess. You know,
Like, no, you're not a victim because you're voting for the guy who wants to lock you up. You're a victim because you're going to eventually deal with that kind of shit. Like, it's kind of what's making you the victim here. The fact that you're voting, it's literally just Jewish Nazi. Like, that's literally all that is. Just Jewish Nazi. That's all that is. Or Black Confederate. It's just, you know... Like, sorry to say, but... yeah, like, you just...
All that was, it was on, you know, minority groups for so long. It is in fact wearing off. And we are in fact free to vote for whoever we want as Americans before any other group you can call us, right? And for me...
You know, I agree with you, Blair. I'll agree with you on one thing. I don't want my vote to be limited to just the Democratic Party. It almost makes me feel like I'm stuck in a single-party dictatorship. Almost. And that, you know, like, it just feels that way. I don't want to be stuck voting for one party. Problem is, I can't vote for a party that wants to lock me up. But I know that you would think of me as something like a too cute. Like, I know that you transgender equivalent of TERFs like to point at people like me and say, oh, we don't pass, so we're just dudes putting on wigs and dresses, and that we just want to go and sexually assault the real women's, including the real transes. Like, fuck you.
The idea that because I'm trans, my vote has to be promised to Democrats each and every time, regardless of their behavior or the candidates they put up. It's a bit demeaning.
So if Trump literally starts rounding up trans people and throwing us into camps, you know, and you find yourself later on that road because, you know, Kristallnacht and, you know, all that other shit, you're literally going to, oh, but you're literally saying everybody who disagrees with you is Hitler. I literally just reviewed a Hitler speech translated to English for the purpose of rhetorical analysis in order to point out the similarities in how fascists operate and how we're, like, I literally been through this. And if you don't believe me, I can do more. I was thinking about doing Hitler's speech on The Final Solution. I was thinking of doing a couple speeches by Stalin and Mussolini. Like, if you want some more analysis on the speech patterns of fascists, feel free to tune in my show. I'm always looking for new people.
Y'all do it to every group. People of color, black people especially. Y'all really get mad about that black vote slipping out of your, you know, grimy little fingers. Obama scolding black men. It's the same thing. It's this feeling of ownership over minority groups that the modern left has that is, in my opinion, very disgusting. And in my opinion, actually...
Honestly, I don't feel fucking owned by the Democratic Party. I feel like my existential existence is threatened by the Republican Party. That's a different fucking thing.
Flat out, just said you don't like those groups because feeling like you own them is a bit worse than disliking them. In my opinion, and that's how Democrats view gay people, trans people, people of color. We'll keep it to trans today, though. So to believe that it is shocking, wrong, incorrect, or crazy that I'm trans and voting for Trump...
Let me ask you something, Blair, because I literally saw this before. I literally had to stop watching because you were actually in a video. Like, someone was actually reviewing, I think it was one of the many streamers I watch, basically reviewed a video of you, like, literally talking to, like, Lauren Bobo, and fucking all these other fucking clowns, and they were literally talking to you like you were subhuman. Like, let me ask you something. Would you tolerate that from a significant other? If not, why the fuck are you tolerating it from the rest of the country? What's wrong with you? And why the fuck do you want to subject the rest of us to that shit? Like, I get it. You want to feel... You're hoping that they're not going to do another Day of the Rope or Night of Long Knives, but you're delusional. After they're done with us, they're coming for you next. They're going to send you off to the camps.
You have to believe two retarded things. The first is that you have to believe that I only care about trans rights, that I'm not capable or interested in the economy, foreign policy, the border, immigration, crime.
Oh, there we go. She's racist. Just the border. I agree that Trump is going to deport millions of people. Millions of people, right? I think I did this equation before. If Trump wants to get rid of 20 million Americans, let's look at how much that actually is. Wait, where the fuck is my calculator? It's all of a sudden not there anymore? No, I don't want to fucking close. I'm streaming from my goddamn camera. Why am I doing that? No, get out of here. Shoot. Alright, where am I? Wait. Calculatrice. So the minimum we're looking at if Trump successfully deports 20 million people, we're gonna, come on, excuse me. Is 6.67% of the population currently. That's how much is leaving. If he gets unlucky and he ends up just doing the bare minimum that he wants, then that is still 5% of the population. You see, 5 to 6.7%, or 5 to 6.67% is a really good fucking return on the stock market. Anybody would love that shit. It's higher than a fucking high yield savings. It's great, trust me. And you want to deport that many fucking people out of the country? Like, that's how many people you want to deport, right? Like, why? You don't want to be called racist, but I don't know what else you want to call it. Like, because every single person that gets deported is like... that's a good question. I don't know. If I had to guess... Oh my god, is she trans, Kanye West, or Mark Robinson? I really don't know. You're asking... You're really holding your public figures accountable, asking the tough questions. Oh my goodness. Well, I am obligated to respond. It is my duty as a representative of like 84 people. I have 84 people watching me, not in the stream, but like subscribe to me on YouTube. But anyway, I'm gonna go with Kanye West, cause yeah, she does say. Did Kanye West ever call himself a Nazi? Personally, like specifically, explicitly, like not even implied, not even us just coming to the conclusion because he's saying some Hitlerian shit. Did he ever identify himself as a Nazi of any kind? Because that's where I'm drawing the comparison here of who to determine whether or not she's more Kanye or Mark Robinson. Because Mark Robinson explicitly came out as a black Nazi.
Mind, is actually in fact capable of pondering and also viewing as impacting me. So you have to believe that I only should care about trans rights. And the second thing you have to believe incorrectly is that I must assume or believe that Democrats handle trans rights in the correct way. And if you are new here, it might be shocking to you that I don't feel that way. But if you've been here for a while, if you're a member of the Black Right Army, you know that that's kind of my whole gig, is critiquing how the modern left handles topics.
Yeah, like honestly, like I'm very jealous. But he didn't specifically say he was a Nazi. Okay, so then I'm gonna go ahead and say Kanye West. Because she's not specifically saying she's a Nazi, but she is saying she loves literally Hitler.
Trans. So now that we've broken the ice here, get that change out the way. Let's talk about.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw that clip. No, there's a lot of things I love about Hitler. It's like, come on, dude. Come on. Like, dude, you don't even have, like, we're not calling you a Nazi. Your rhetoric is calling you a Nazi. Like, what the fuck?
Trump in the upcoming election in just a few days. We are living in a new realm of tyranny. Duh. We have a Secret Service that takes down the shooter, but only after he shoots our president. An FBI that fabricates cases. An ATF that wants to take away our guns. And an FDA that favors big pharmaceutical companies and not our health. Quite clearly, the government has been weaponized against the American people. In times like these, we need to stick together. We need to back our leader that literally took a bullet for us. We need to fend off the leftist media with independent media organizations.
So he took a bullet for us. He took a bullet for us, and therefore we need to, like, bow down and suck his cock. Daddy, deport us harder. See, that's the thing I envy about her. I'm bottom as fuck. Like, I will definitely submit to, to my partner if she had, like, okay, but I could never submit so hardcore to a political movement that just wants to fuck me that fucking hard. Like, kudos, holy shit. Like the only thing you're missing is the choke collar. You're missing like the bondage straps. You're missing the muzzle. You know what I mean? Like, you're missing everything. The cat ears. You know, like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like this is some hardcore bottom shit. Like, I am such a major bottom that I want not just my partner, but the whole fucking government to fuck me in the ass harder, baby.
And most of all, we need to stay strong and healthy in order to protect and take care of our families. And just like they're trying to take down Trump, they're also trying to take down Black Forest Star Products and men. And it's not because of the safety or efficacy. It's because of the same greedy and evil powers that put up a puppet president and jab us with a
Yes.
They're trying to turn into the first ever anti-aging prescription drug. Objectively, inarguably, the candidate that is the least likely to propel us into any new wars or exacerbate the one we're in right now is Donald Trump, and I can explain to you exactly.
Oh my god. He threatened to bomb North Korea. He threatened North Korea. My button is bigger than yours. Like, I don't care that you think your dick is bigger. Like no, I don't want a lunatic in government that wants to create the American Reich.
Exactly why. Under Donald Trump, we had no new wars. He was the first president, the only president, in fact, of the 21st century to start no new wars. That matters. And unfortunately, for people who are,
I do wanna point out before I do, caffeine really irritates your bladder. So I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. When I come back, I'm gonna look up some statistics again. I looked it up last stream, but I wanna look it up again. I'll be right back. What the fuck? Who's calling me? Oh, is this a confirmation call? One moment, guys. Hello? Alright, I'm back. So let's see if we can find those stats again. Because yesterday, I looked up something... Oh, I'm going to use that. I feel like I should move this closer to here, so it's out of the way of my arm when trying to type. What was it again? It was... transgender favorability of Trump. Oh, I have an appointment, and so it was just reminding me that I had that appointment. It's basically what it is. Yeah, I can't find it, but wait, I don't even think I don't even think that did say something, but it did say, well, let's replace transgender to LGBT. I focus too much on the trans community. I keep forgetting that we have a whole other community out there. Oh, here we go. So, this is the Hill. Oh, you want me to read the whole fucking thing? Come on. I'm lazy. I'm a millennial. We don't read. Vice President Harris leads former President Trump among LGBTQ voters by a wide margin, with more than 70% of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender and queer folks indicating they will cast a ballot for the Democratic ticket. Yeah! Exactly! Oh, the dancing kitty cat, yeah. Yep, the dancing kitty cat. Meow. Yeah, that was my meow. Anyway, 70%. Yes! That is where I want us to be, folks. So take that, Blair. You will never take us down. We will never vote for fascists. Break off if you must, you goddamn heretic. But when the trans supreme gay matriarchy takes over, you will be deported to Coconut Island. Or Guantanamo Bay. It's your choice. Either coconuts or wild skunks. Your choice.
Especially to anybody for their reasons why they vote. Everyone has different issues that are important to them. However, just so you know, none of those issues matter if nuclear war, in fact, begins. And with the technology we have now, our adversaries have now, that's actually a mass extinction event. So your abortions, your queer rights, whatever that means, none of that matters if there's news going on. Objectively, under Trump, we had 0 new wars. He was very isolationist. He was very anti-war. He did not want to...
0 new wars?
3, maybe 4, depending how you call it.
Fact check. How many new wars did Trump start? No, so giant crabs are on Coconut Island. You will be... So in Coconut Island, you get trapped with giant crabs. But if you go to Guantanamo Bay, with the help of our Cuban neighbors, we will turn it into the most communist place ever that all the fascists have to live in. But in order to live there, you have to share a cell with not 1, not 2, not 70, but 400,000 baby skunks. And they're all going to be constantly spraying at you repeatedly, and you're not even going to be provided with any tomato juice. So you can't clean yourself off. You're basically going to become just a pile of dried skunk spray with like a sprinkle of terrorists. That's basically what you're going to be. That's basically what you're going to be. You're just going to be a fascist covered in skunks. That's what you are. That's it. That's it. That's all. That'll basically it. And yes, I unironically used terrorist and fascist interchangeably there because, in my opinion, they're basically the same fucking thing. They have their victim complex. They have their fucking, yeah, giant skunks. The biggest skunks you've ever seen. You've never seen skunks bigger than those before. Nobody. It's amazing. It's amazing, guys. Like, it's so amazing. Sorry, not guys, folks. I forget. I keep forgetting. I need to better my Trump impression. God damn. And I need to make myself sound more and more like I'm old and dying and sundowning and stuff because the immigrants are coming to take our jobs. Durr, durr, durr. And do I already need to pee again? No, I'm gonna end the stream before I go to the bathroom next. Fuck. So, like, I remember... Like, even if he didn't start any new wars, he still was very antagonistic. Like, you'll never take that away from me. I won't let you get away with that claim. He assassinated an Iranian leader, I believe, if I recall correctly. And he threatened North Korea, my button's bigger than yours. It's like, thanks, we know your button is bigger than his because you have more access to McDonald's than he does.
Kamala. That is a 300.
I mean, he has to have that shit imported because he's too fucking scared to have a McDonald's there. He's afraid the people will revolt or some shit. And yet Donald Trump gets it straight from the source. So of course your ass is bigger.
Increase in war. And silly me for that being my number one issue, right? Maybe I should go back to when we caring about trans, but that is in fact my biggest thing. So gotta start with that. I'm anti-war. We had peace in the Middle East. We had the Abraham Accords. I never saw
Not
peace in the Middle
fucking
East. I was a
anti-war.
first grader.
Shut
When
the
9/11
fuck
happened,
up.
We were, thrust into all these endless
Hi,
wars, sent
Kakenbono.
off to war to die under false pretenses. By the way, we were lied into that war. Trump represents the opposition, the other side of the coin to the warmongers we've had since I've been born that have lied us into several wars, and that matters. He was against the Iraq War, and that matters. In contrast, Miss Kamala, is endorsed
And yet he was against us pulling out of Afghanistan. Are you fucking with me right now? This is just a grift. Like, this is literally grifting.
every warmonger I grew up, watching on TV, sending our men and women to die, our young men and women to die. The Cheneys, the Bushes, every name on the list.
Oh yeah, sanctions. Yeah. I'm sure with how much Fatty likes those, he'd probably allow them. He'd probably, well, no, even if there were no sanctions, he would definitely hog them all up.
With the military-industrial complex is pro-Kamala.
He would still say you can't have a McDonald's there because that's my shit.
Ask you to be like, why?
You miserable inferiors need to know your place.
Wars and cause wars.
That shit's my burger. What, you think you get a McDouble? Nah, bitch, that McDouble's fucking mine. And give me that fucking McFry. You're a dirty peasant. You don't deserve this superior American nasty trash.
Why do they all back this candidate? And why do they all hate this candidate? My second issue is definitely immigration after war, right? Gotta be immigration is number 2.
Oh, my policy? Well, I mean, I consider myself a huge commie. Like, I'm a major socialist. I believe in tearing down the liberal democracy and establishing the world's first trans-supreme gay matriarchy. Those are my politics. I believe in deporting fascists to Coconut Island, and, so there's my political, thing right there.
I lived in border states my whole life. I grew up in California. As an adult, I lived in Texas, and so this is an issue that I have seen firsthand from childhood up until now. I have 30 years of living in these states and watching as the immigration crisis has only grown. I have to start with the fact that there's been a lot of gaslighting, a lot of manipulation, a lot of slander against people who care about this issue, the border, particularly the southern border, as xenophobic, racist, somehow caring about immigration, not wanting a complete open border, which means you're not a country, somehow not wanting
genuine. Okay, well, okay, so if we're being real, long term, I do think we need to push more towards a in terms of long-term goals, like, we do need to push more towards a socialism, sort of like a communism kind of state where people just, like, accept the fact that people are people and should not have their basic right to survival being held captive by greedy corporate stooges. In the short term, I do believe we need to unionize, because collective bargaining is, like, a great way to fight back against the system that steals so much power from us. And in terms of that's basically my general platform. In terms of, like, healthcare, like, I just like, say you can get shot by a cop for free, but you can't get that bullet wound taken out of you without going into massive medical debt. Like, I think that's fucked up. So over the long term, we need decommodified healthcare where that shit ain't got no fucking profit motive. But in the short term, we need more of a universal, basically a, like Medicare for all and what Bernie said, in the short, essentially to shorten it up, to sum it up, in the short term, I'm sock dem. In the long term, we're talking hundreds of years from now. Like, I am very, very hardcore, very hardcore commie. Like, that is just me. Like, I will... Not tanky, though. Not tanky. In fact, we just did a segment earlier in the show criticizing a tanky and how he was literally doing fucking gulag apologetics. But yeah. Like, you can support socialism without being in favor of genocide. So... let's see. American warmongering has been very different from, let's see. Where were we? I forgot where we were. Yeah, like at the end of the day, like, there's lots of shit that Trump did that is actually very warmongery, and I don't know. Not a good guy, guys. And thank God that grifters like this aren't a threat to the overall community. You know, just remember, if you think that one trans person who is probably representative of negative 13% of the overall community, exactly, goulash is good, gulags are not. But yes, like, let's just rest peacefully knowing that dipshit grifters like this are not gonna completely take that many votes out of the community. I mean, it's literally a 70-30 fucking landslide. Like if we saw those as election numbers between, you know, in like Kamala versus Trump, and it was Kamala with those numbers in the Electoral College, like, we would be screaming fucking blue wave, everybody. Fucking blue wave. Get your votes because the red states are being fucking taken over by tidal waves.
This is another thing, just like that chokehold on minorities the Democrats had. The chokehold on the American public, particularly the white American public, that they are racist if they care about immigration or want any immigration laws at all, it's not really going to work, and that's why people are so upset these days. But let's continue. Border crossings quadrupled.
And how's that working out for you, like, Blair? What an oh my god, what an unfortunate spot to pause at. Look at those eyes. Blair, I'm not into you like that.
Biden.
Yes, I'm a lesbian, but I like other trans girls, and yes, I know you're trans, but I like other trans girls who are not fascists.
Quadrupled. To the amount of estimated 10 million illegal border crossings during their time, combining both flights and physical border crossings on the southern border. Now, 10 million is like, you can't even really conceive of that. And for me, you know, again, going back to that, oh, you're xenophobic if you care, it's really not xenophobic to expect that the first action of a person coming into our country is not
why do you think we actually believe you when you say you give a fuck about immigration when it's never the white ones? Whenever it's a white person, you prop them up as like an example of the true legal immigrant that fought their way through the system and worked with the system and went through all measures. But if like someone comes from like I don't know, fucking I don't know, what's a place in South Guyana. Like if someone comes from fucking Guyana, oh my god, they speak a weird language, they must be illegal. It's just the fucking skin color. What are you on about?
Laws of our country, which is coming over illegally. It's a big insult to the many people I've known, considering again, I've lived in border states.
Like, what do you want us to say? You don't like being called a racist, but you never call out the white immigrants who come over. And the so-called illegals that you guys want to deport are actually birthright citizens. The only way to get that millions of people number is to strip the citizenship of birthright citizens who were born here from undocumented immigrants. That is the only way, and so you're going to deport American citizens. What else do you want us to call you other than fascist and racist? And I want to rub this in your face, Blair. I want you to fucking really feel this pain. No one's fucking buying it. More than 70% of the LGBTQ community is against Trump. You're not pulling LGBT folks or LGBT votes, you fucking grifter. Oh my god. I can't get through this. I can't get through this, guys. You're not gonna point a gun at my head and tell me get through this. I will grab the gun from your hand and pull the trigger myself. I am not, oh my god. Whatever, let's hit play.
Many kids who did it legally, with friends who did it legally, and it's just a big insult to them and the work that they did to actually do it the right way. So there's been about 10 million. And again, this is only the ones that we can document and find, which they are undocumented people in general. So the idea that we found all of them is crazy, right? So it's actually going to be much more than 10 million. But
yeah, I wonder why. It's because you looked at all the brown people and said, oh, we found them. There's a brown person over there. Take them in.
These are the big numbers. Under Biden-Harris. 10 million under Biden-Harris. 1.5 million all 4 years of Trump. Now, does that mean perfect? No.
Like, I'm sorry. I don't hate black people. I just think they need to be in separate spaces. Like, that logic doesn't fucking work. You're still fucking stupid. You're still a clown.
You don't vote for a perfect candidate, you vote for a preferred candidate. These are very different words. The perfect candidate, until Jesus Christ comes back, is not going to happen. And when he comes, I doubt he's going to be running for office. In fact, I know he will not. So, until then, We have to vote for a preferred candidate. And 1.5 million illegal crossings sounds a whole lot better to me than 10 million if I had to choose. You also have the past, at this point, since 2015, right? So nearly a decade of people mocking this idea of a Trump border wall, right? But that's racist, that's xenophobic, that won't work.
Oh, yes, and Mexico's gonna pay for it. Wait, what?
Oh my God, right? You have Kamala on camera, time and time again mocking this idea.
Oh, yeah, you guys are fucking clowns. You think the... Turn it around first, though? Yeah, probably. It depends. I kind of forgot what I always forget what I say like 5 seconds ago. But yeah, it's like, it's like, yeah, like, what was she saying?
But that's racist, that's xenophobic, that won't work. Oh my God, right? You have Kamala on camera.
Yeah, like they say fucking, oh, no. The gun's gonna be pointed right at my temple. No. I am not, like, no. It will stay at my temple and be pulled before I get through this whole thing, and yet I'm still torturing myself with this shit. I'm all talk, no action, guys. Don't do a welfare check on me. I'm not Fed posting. Anyway, but yeah, like, no, she wants to talk about, like, Kamala Harris, and it's like, that's the thing I fucking hate about these clowns. They're always saying shit about how Kamala, you know, Kamala doesn't give a fuck about the border crisis. But you clowns got butthurt that Biden was about to do the same xenophobic shit that you wanted. And so your clown of a dictator wannabe decided he was going to destroy the entire, you know, he wanted to destroy the entire vote. He didn't want it to pass because it would give Biden a fucking win. Like, Biden's a fucking blob of he's a vegetable. If the vegans ate him, they would not be violating their fucking principles. He is a plant. He is a vegetable. He's not real anymore. And yet you thought that was going to give him a win? No, like, it was like a 70-30 landslide vote in Trump's favor if Biden didn't step the fuck down. What are you talking about? Like, no, like, trust me, the Democrats are getting just as xenophobic as you, Blair. So don't worry. Don't worry. The fact that you wanna vote Trump, don't worry. You'll be voting Democrat soon enough. We're getting just as racist as you.
Time again mocking this idea of a border wall, and then when the 11th hour strikes and she's running for president, suddenly she wants to build a wall. I won't hold my breath for real call her racist. Wanting American jobs to be occupied by American citizens.
Yeah, because you're a fucking grifter. You're a grifter. They literally would have passed that legislation if it weren't for your fucking cheese puff trying to kill that shit.
Not actually racist. Wanting to curb the flow of fentanyl through an open border is not actually racist. I've had 3 people in my life who have potential fentanyl exposure, and so this is something that a lot of people in the comment section, it's going to resonate with them, right? It's bad what's happening at the border, and if you don't care, or if you choose to not be vocal about it, or have this part of, you know, your politics because you're so scared of that racist word, I don't know what to tell you. I don't really care about that word anymore. I know my heart and soul, so no one can tell me about my heart and soul.
Well, yeah, I know. Like, listen. Neo-Nazis today, they identify unironically as Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei members. Like, they actually identify as National Socialists. And they say Nazi was just a dirty word used to describe bad people. We get it, Blair. It's okay. And I'm proud of you. You're owning it. I'm proud of the fact that you own the fact that you're racist. I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Blair. I'm so proud. My girl's all grown up. My baby's all grown up. She's finally owned her flaws. Let's give it up for Blair, everybody. Bravo! I can't really clap too hard because of my broken arm. But I'm sure you're clapping there. Bravo, Blair. Bravo. You owned it. You are a racist. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Blair. Oh my god, I can't do this anymore, people. How long have I been streaming? 50 minutes, almost 5 hours. Good. I think I'm gonna cut it here. Oh my god. Depending on what time all my appointments and shit are tomorrow, I gotta bring my wife to be down to the polls so that she can vote. But afterwards, if I have any time left over, I think I'm gonna do an election stream tomorrow. So if you wanna tune in for that, feel free. And then we'll see which direction this country goes. Is the country gonna die, guys? That is the question of this live stream. And I'm just saying, guys, buckle your seatbelts. It's gonna get pretty bad. It's gonna be a rough day. We have to keep our heads high, and we have to be there for each other no matter what happens. And just remember, even if Kamala wins, that's the best case scenario of the election. But there's still a lot of work we need to do. Remember, she is still very much against, she is very much not the best on, the Israel-Palestine conflict, so we're going to need to push her in that direction. We still got to push on on pretty much everything. The fight's not over. The fight's not over. It's just not fucking over. You think the fight's over because Kamala wins, then you're delusional. There's electoral politics is just one part of the game. It's just a single part of the game. You gotta do all the work between elections. That's where the real work is. So, don't sit on your ass just because the election's over and Kamala won. If she wins, there's still a lot more shit we gotta do. We need to denazify this country. But anyway, well, there you have it, guys. More brain rot. I think I had to spill my brains back into my head about 7 times throughout this entire stream. So, I hope you were just as successful. Because we're gonna need our brains tomorrow. We're gonna need to see what goes on. So, anyway, like the stream, follow, go check my Discord out. We're building a real good community there, and have a good one. Don't kill yourself. We still have a long way to go before we know how the election's gonna play out. So you never know. It might turn out really, really good, and it might turn out really fucking shitty. But understand, we're all in this together. So, well, thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.